itself has 300
even though they don't want to give credit to this, right? No one wants to give credit, but the space program has been doing this for a long time, has been putting this together. The flight to the moon, Donald Trump gives himself credit, but what do people do? They skip the whole, right? They skip it, and instead they listen to the moon, because Artemis 2 is going around the moon right now as we speak, right?
travels today, they will continue until they reach approximately a distance of 252,760
Great, right?
miles. That would be about 4,105 miles farther than Apollo 13. However, these numbers are our targets, and we will get confirmation on those numbers as soon as we possibly can and share them with you all.
This is something, a multi-country mission. It's several countries together flying to the moon, right? It's not just one country. Hit the follow, hit the share, like on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X.
We talked a little bit about what to expect from the
Instagram,
crew, that's taking
and
photos
Substack,
or making audio recordings. To get a little more detailed, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be up first to capture imagery and record audio on the portable computing devices. You hear those referred to as PCDs, while Victor and Christina serve as the support members. The crew will switch windows and roles halfway through their shift, and 1 hour and 5 minutes later, Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the next crew members at windows 2 and 3 to take photos and make annotations, while Reed and Jeremy take on those support roles. There are 5 viewing blocks, and the crew will swap out with each one. During 2 of the blocks, the 2 support members will also be able to enjoy their midday meal.
Awesome, right? They're gonna eat on there. How many of us had that dream of going to space one day when we were young?
Again,
right? And they're doing it. They're accomplishing this mission.
Missed any targets or gotten any specific ones. If they have issues with their camera or any other operational items, the other part is an actual description of the moon.
I love the way they have a narrator.
The support team astronauts. So that's not the crew currently taking photos or making annotations, but they do have windows 1 and 4 that they can float up and provide that information from. If you watch the entirety of the flyby, you'll also notice the crew will be photographing some targets multiple times to get
it's a flyby
different lighting conditions.
By NASA.
This is due to Orion changing their location throughout the flyby.
Even though they wanted to get rid of NASA, but NASA's doing what they're supposed to do, right?
What this crew
going
will
to
be
the
able
moon
to capture in a couple of hours of the same targets in different lighting would take orbiters years to do because of solar and spacecraft positioning. This crew has studied the moon extensively, and they're also familiar with what the science team calls the Big 15. These are 15 features that they've memorized, so at any time, they'll be able to see 5 of those and help orient themselves and where they are around the moon. Those targets are diverse and complex in their geologic history, and observations of them could help answer some big-picture science questions.
A lot of science questions that we have, right, of what's out there, what's out in the universe. We all have had questions since we were children, and now even adults. This is something we do, right? It's not easy. They do a lot of training. They've been training for years, and it's a group of different countries.
If you've been following the mission,
doing it.
You can see that the configuration of the cabin is a little bit different than what it looked like on launch day. After ascent, the crew were allowed to reconfigure their spacecraft, and you can see that they've taken down seats. They have also taken away footrests. This gives them more opportunity to move about the spacecraft.
So it's a tight space. You have to get used to that type of space in order to operate in outer space. And you know what? I wouldn't be in the shape that they need to be.
Orion itself has 330 cubic feet of habitable volume. That's about the size of 2 minivans and is 60% more cubic volume than the Apollo spacecraft.
So they do have room,
We are standing by
but it's tight.
for the Integrity crew aboard Orion to surpass the Apollo 13 record.
So they're trying to break the record of, how many times they went around the moon and in orbit of the moon. This is a huge feat. And it was done by many countries, right? All together, scientists working together in collaboration of many countries, right? It's not just one country that runs this. That's what I want people to know. It's like something that's apolitical, something that doesn't have to do with politics. It has to do with, exploring.
Integrity crew. On April 15th, 1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
People like to see hope, right? They love to see stuff like this.
Cabin of Integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and in the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
So the farthest we've ever traveled outside of the universe.
Thank you, Integrity, and congratulations to you and the rest of the Artemis II team.
And they're calm for breaking a really old record.
Thank you, Houston. We have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens. And so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft, Integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary, and so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-R-R-O-L-L.
And so they're really far from Earth. Did they lose signal?
Integrity and Carroll Crater. Loud and clear. Thank you.
He's crying. I guess astronauts don't have feelings too, right? He's out in space speaking about a person that they lost. And I'm sure the story will come out about what happened. Everyone hit the like, hit the subscribe button on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram, and Substack. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you all. Right? I appreciate you all. Thank you for your support, right? And if you want to support the channel, I'll put the Cash App up. It's Old Man Labor. $ Old Man Labor. If you want to support the channel. And it appears that he's getting his composure. I wonder if it's hot up there in the moon. I wonder how hot it is. Yeah.
As the Artemis II crew passed the record set by Apollo 13 for the farthest humans to ever fly from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen shared.
We're getting ourselves all put back together now, and we are going to dim the cabin lights and prepare for our science objectives ahead. Thank you.
Sounds good. We're doing the same down here, and you are maneuvering to your observation attitudes.
So now they're going to do science experiments and that they had already planned.
As we pass that Apollo 13 record of the furthest humans to ever fly from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time, the Artemis II crew shared some poignant words, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew also called down 2 craters not yet named that they would like to name. One, Integrity, in honor of their spacecraft, which they have named. That's near the Ohm crater, not yet named that they. Another near Glushko, which is a bright spot, named Carol, in memory of Reed Wiseman's wife.
Oh, so that's his wife. So obviously he got a little emotional there. He had a
here in Mission Control Houston, and now.
So there's a moment of
the
silence.
Artemis II crew are ready to begin their lunar flyby.
So they're gonna use their lunar flyby, and it was a sad moment, right? A sad moment for his wife that was lost, and this is a joint mission of astronauts from different countries. It's not a political mission, and it's kind of crazy and bizarre that Donald Trump held his press conference at the same time. I thought he would be chiming in and supporting the mission instead. Everyone, I hope they're safe. They're really not too far from the moon. They're doing their moon flyover and getting ready to represent, right? NASA is very important for science, right? It's a very important government agency that has struggled with funding and with money, but has still been able to push forward and achieve strategic missions, right? And so now they broke the record.
4 days, 19 hours, 31 minutes mission elapsed time of the flight of Artemis II, our 4 astronauts aboard Orion. Today is our lunar flyby day. The spacecraft is currently about 12,000 miles away from the moon, and you can keep up with the distance from Orion to the moon and Earth by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis, or you can just stay with us here because we're going to be telling you throughout the day. They are currently 248,834 miles away from planet Earth.
You hear that? How far they are? They're really far away from Earth. They're really far away, right? Thank you for your support for the channel, everyone. Hit the follow, hit the like button. We only got 1 like on Facebook. No likes on YouTube. No likes on Twitch, on X. Not even 1 like. On Instagram, not 1 like. Substack. Hit the likes, everyone. This is an important mission. They're gonna land on the moon, but it's gonna take a few days, right? That's how far they are. But they travel farther than any other humans have traveled in since the Apollo 13, right? So they broke a world record, and so we gotta congratulate them, right? We gotta congratulate them for their accomplishment. We're here on Earth, and we're even scared to go around the corner, right?
Coming up next on the cruise timeline today will be their cabin configuration portion. You heard some calls down to Science Officer Dr. Kelsey Young earlier about how they have configured the cabin so far. This is just a little bit more of timelined activity for them if they need to further do so. On flight day 3, the crew had time on their schedule allotted for configuring the spacecraft cabin for how they intended to arrange it today. Of course, they had to take down that configuration for another test yesterday of their Orion Crew Survival System suits. But configuring it on flight day 3 allows them the opportunity to get a chance to see what works for them now that they are in the microgravity environment.
So they gotta make themselves comfortable and away. Right? Artemis 2, it's on its way to the moon. They just set a world record of flying the farthest away from the Earth. They beat Apollo 13, and this was something that was in the years in the making. No one person could claim responsibility or ownership over this. It's not a political thing. It's an accomplishment that was accomplished with several.
Again, the crew is about to begin their cabin configuration portion of their timeline, though they have been working that already, as well as potentially during their post-sleep period this morning. The official lunar flyby observations are slated to begin in just about 40 minutes.
Imagine.
We'll have the crew at the windows photographing the moon, as well as making calls down about what they are seeing.
Imagine sleeping in a spacecraft in outer space and trusting your equipment to keep you alive. Right?
Again, we are live here in Artemis Mission Control for the duration of the flyby. Currently, the Orbit 1 flight control team is on console. This room is staffed 24/7 From the time before the astronauts step foot on the rocket until the time they are splashed down and are safely recovered in the Pacific Ocean on Flight Day 10.
I appreciate your support, everyone, to support the channel. Hit the like, hit the follow button. I appreciate you all for following and for sharing this live. So imagine sleeping on the moon, how it feels. Use your imagination, right? How it will be like to be in a spaceship, sleeping in the moon, being able to have radio contact with Earth, and being able to see Earth with your eyes, and being able to see the moon with your own eyes. And so it's something interesting. Artemis 2 has just broke the world record. The distance flown from Earth by any mission since Apollo 13, right? So it's been a long time in the making. And no matter how much credit everyone wants to take, this took a long time of scientific ingenuity and a lot of money being pumped into NASA for the mission to be accomplished, right? So hopefully it's something.
And this is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston. We are now 11,777 miles away from the moon. We did pass the Apollo 13 record of farthest humans away from Earth at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That distance, 248,655 statute miles from the Earth, continuing to be exceeded by the crew. They will reach their farthest distance from the Earth around 6:07 p.m. Central Time. At that time, they will be in an LOS, or a loss of signal, with us on Earth, as they'll be flying behind the moon.
So they're going to lose signal for some time because they're going to be on the other side of the moon and there's no signal in that area, that spot, right? So soon there'll be a dead signal. There'll be no communication between the Artemis 2 and the headquarters in Houston, right? And they're broadcasting live, which is amazing, right? Live from the orbit of the moon, right? They're broadcasting live. Everyone hit the like button, hit the follow button. Not something I normally cover, but you know, science is always in every kid's mind, in every family's mind. The world and the greater world, what's beyond us, it has always captivated everyone's mind, right? And everyone's imagination. No matter if you're a child all the way to you're an elderly person, the space and outer space has captured us for a very long time, right? It has captured us for a very long time. And I remember watching the spacecraft that exploded. That was a tragic event, right? But this is a successful mission, right? This is a successful mission so far, right? Hit the like, hit the follow button. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you.
As the crew gets into their cabin configuration preparations, we are joined by Dr. Sarah Noble, the Artemis Lunar Science Lead. Thanks for joining us here today.
Yeah, it's quite a day.
Yeah, we are very excited. I can only imagine how you guys are doing over there. So tell me a little bit about yourself and what your role is for Artemis 2.
Sure. So I'm the Artemis Lunar Science Lead, so over the entire campaign, and my job is basically to make sure that as we have this big adventure back to the moon, we actually learn new things about the moon.
Fascinating. So why is the moon such an important destination today?
Yeah, so the moon is a pretty amazing place. It is a great place to learn about basic fundamental processes that happen on like all the planets, like cratering and volcanology. And also it is, part of our Earth-Moon system. And, the Earth recycles its rocks pretty well, right, through plate tectonics and weathering and whatever. Most of the rocks on the Earth are geologically young. But on the moon, we have the entire record that goes back 4.5 billion years since we formed. And so if we really want to learn about what was happening in that period, like moon is really the only place we can go.
We're also thinking about going back to the moon, and we want to go to the lunar South Pole. So what makes that such an interesting destination?
Yeah, South Pole is cool, right? It's far away from the places we went during Apollo. It's different kinds of rocks there, some of the oldest rocks on the moon. It's also a place where we think there might be resources like water. There are craters that really never can see the sun because of the low sun angles there, and they get very cold. And we think that water and other things can build up in those craters, and so we're very interested to see what that might do for us.
I'm very interested as well. So for some of our viewers who might be new to this, what does lunar science look like during an Artemis mission?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting for us as we have sort of built this from scratch to try to understand how we can best use the crew to support our science. And so, we've developed a system. We've got a team in place. We've got a back room here in this building called the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. And there's in fact a back room to that back room over in another building here at Johnson Space Center, where we've got our teams of scientists working really hard. They're actually speaking to this room through our science officer. This is now the first time we've ever had a science officer in flight control room, so we're pretty excited about that. So we have a really voice out and up to the crew.
I know, it's been so exciting to hear Dr. Kelsey Young speaking directly with the crew today, now so close to the moon. And we have a live view here of the science operation, or the science evaluation room. So this is where the majority of your team is today, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. This is a big chunk of our scientists. You can see them in there now working hard, trying to get ready for the day. And then again, there's a second room where we have a lot of our data folks, where the data will first come down and they'll sort of sift through the data and get it ready for this team to take.
What's the mood like right now in the SIR?
It is, I would say, giddy. I think we've worked very hard for this. They have done simulation after simulation. They have worked really hard over the last couple of years to get ready for this moment. And
takes years.
Everybody's just really excited to
right.
see.
To get to the
already
moon.
We've had some descriptions from the crew coming down, and it's so great to see their joy and our joy, our love for the moon come through.
Yes, we are in for a real treat today, if it's been anything like their observations the past couple of days. So how are the lunar science teams using this test flight to prepare for future missions to the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the way that we are building our foundation for the future, from everything from, how do you train a crew to be a geologist, right? And so, working through that, getting them classroom training, field training, building the science team, building these physical rooms that we are in, designing the software that the teams are using, and then, figuring out what happens to that data. They're going to take this data and it's going to come down, and how do we get it out to not only our team, but out to the world and the rest of the science community?
Yeah, that's a great point, because when you hear these crew members talk, you would never know that they're not geologists. Your team has trained them so well.
They have been very good students.
Who can blame them? It's a pretty great topic. One more question for you. How does the science that we're doing on Artemis help support long-term exploration, and including our sustained presence on the moon?
Yeah, you know what? We have a saying in the Science Mission Directorate that science enables exploration and exploration enables science, right? So you need the scientists, because we are the ones who are the experts in, landing site and doing analysis of landing site and making sure we can find a good place to land, to understanding the properties of the soil so we can, design our systems to manage that, understanding the radiation environment, keeping our astronauts safe, all of these things, right? But, in return, you provide us with opportunities where now we're going to be able to collect this data and collect samples and deploy our instruments and all of that. So it's a symbiotic relationship.
That makes perfect sense. Well, Dr. Sarah Noble, Artemis Lunar Science Lead, thank you so much for joining us here today. Best of luck to you and your team, and I hope that you get to enjoy today too.
Thank you so much.
We are now getting closer and closer to our lunar neighbor. This live view coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings.
Interesting, right? How far it's getting, and how far Artemis 2 is getting. Interesting, right? Everyone, hit the like button, hit the follow button. I usually do politics, but today I decided to do something different. I decided to cover the Artemis 2. Um, Forget about politics for a bit. Forget about the craziness of the world, and distract ourselves from everything that's happening in the world, and uh, actually just see the positive things that are happening, right? And this is a crew composed of several people from different uh, countries. I should look it up, right? We should look it up. Um, Let me look it up real fast. So she did say there was going to be a text signal for a little bit. Okay, so the Artemis 2 crew consists of 4 astronauts scheduled to fly around the moon on a 10-day mission in April 2026, marking the first crewed deep space mission since 1972. The crew includes Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch, all NASA, and Jeremy Hansen, Canadian Space Agency. Right? So, let's read about each one of them. And then
Houston, integrity for camera serial numbers.
Ready to copy.
Hey Jenny, these are card numbers for the various positions. For the long lens on the D5, we will have individual cards. Victor's 1008, Jeremy 1019, Reed 1012, myself 1015. For the Z9, we will have one card that is dedicated for today, serial number 1007. For the cabin camera D5, we will have one dedicated card for today, serial number 1022.
All right, Christina, we copy all. Thank you.
We just realized that we have Earth out window 1 and Moon out window 2. And Earth out window 4 and Moon out window 3. And it gives you the best idea of scale we have had yet. The Moon is about 3 to 4 times the size of the Earth, and it is almost full, and the Earth is just a small crescent out there. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. Such a majestic view out here.
Amaze, amaze, amaze. Thank you, Reed.
interesting, right?
Those are some of the communications we're excited most about today. Commander Reed Wiseman calling down their view right now. Obviously a little bit different than what we can see from the solar array camera. They are looking through the windows of the Orion spacecraft, able to see at the same time Earth and the Moon. You also heard NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
Thank you for
calling
the
down some of
like.
the cameras that they will be using today. The crew is in that cabin configuration portion, and we expect the lunar flyby observation configuration portion, and we expect the lunar flyby observation period to start.
Thank you for the love, Jerry Burton
Just about 20 minutes.
and Janet Perez on Facebook. Thank you for the likes. and the love. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And now it's hitting the news outlets. NASA astronauts are officially um, farther from Earth than humans have ever been, right? So,
Checking in on Orion's distance and speed, they are currently traveling 1,071 miles per hour, 249,159 miles away from Earth, 11,293 miles away from the moon, and continuing to grow closer. At closest approach to the moon today, the spacecraft will be just about 4,070 miles away from the lunar surface. This will be during our loss of signal with the crew as they travel behind the moon, and we will await their return to get the official number for you for how close they come to our lunar neighbor.
so according to the independent astronauts on Artemis 2 mission will fly around the moon today, marking NASA's astronauts' first close encounter with the moon in over 50 years. The 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft as part of NASA's Artemis 2 mission will head around the moon at approximately 1:30 p.m. Eastern Monday afternoon. As a result of mission, Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen will be the first people to see the moon up close since NASA's Apollo 17 mission in 1972. The group of astronauts also broke the record for how far humans have traveled from Earth as they flew around the far side of the moon. The spacecraft broke the record just before 2 p.m. It will reach its maximum distance of 252,760 miles from Earth at 7:07.
Inside the cabin today, the Lunar Targeting Package is the primary tool guiding the crew observations and consists of 2 key components. The Lunar Geography Review helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance and help learn how to orient themselves during the flyby. Because, of course, the moon is not actually labeled like it appears here when we look at this map. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the pictures the crew should take, as well as the verbal descriptions that will be helpful to the science team reviewing them later. This is a screenshot from their lunar targeting package, and a screenshot specifically of that lunar.
Go ahead.
Hey Jenny, understanding we are in final attitude now for the lunar flyby, would it be possible to pitch the vehicle down 5 degrees? That would allow us to get the D5 long lens flush and have the least amount of window distortion.
We're checking.
That call from Christina Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis 2.
Copy.
The Orion spacecraft is positioned in a specific attitude to allow the crew to best see the moon outside of their windows today for this imaging opportunity. That call was a request for a potential attitude shift just slightly, another 5 degrees, to give them a better view and to give them a better opportunity to use their long lens camera.
The previous record set
They'll
by
also be using that lunar targeting package we were discussing. I am following along with that real time, so I'll be able to share with you exactly what targets the crew is looking at and when. They also trained with a lunar science passport. It's a little reference guide used on Earth to reinforce recognition of key lunar features. It is not on the flight, but it was a significant study tool for the crew to get them ready for launch. The apparent size of the moon will change throughout the flyby, and it'll appear roughly like a basketball held at arm's length at the crew's closest approach. That reinforces the need for careful planning and practiced observation techniques.
So this is basically the lunar flyby, right? So the previous record set by Apollo 13 in 1970 saw astronauts reach 248,655 miles from Earth.
absolutely sure that we start observations when expected. We are showing an optimist that observation time starts in about 15 minutes, and an LTP that our first target, discussion 1, starts in about 29 minutes. Can you confirm you'd like us to start discussion 1 in 29 minutes at 1900 GMT?
Christina, we are tracking that discussion 1 should start at 18:45. That's 15 minutes from now.
Okay, copy all. It may be a granularity issue with LTP, but understand that we start that observation in 15 minutes, and I bet when we get there, the green line in LTP will match the start of the white band for discussion 1. I think it's just a matter of the labeling and the granularity. Thanks for confirming.
Copy, and we'll look into that a little bit more on our side as well.
So
Christina, can you verify for us that your green line is moving on the timeline page of your LTP?
Affirm. Jenny, I do think we're good. Looking closer, I see the labels are just not aligned with start or end times of the white visible bands. It fully makes sense now, so I think we are all set. We'll look forward to starting some observations in about 13 minutes.
Copy. Thanks, Christina.
So Artemis 2 is set to use the same maneuver as so-called free turn trajectory that Apollo 13 did after its Houston. We've had a problem. Oxygen tank explosion wiped out any hope of a moon landing. It will take the astronauts 4 days to get back with a splashdown in the Pacific set to conclude their test flight on Friday. NASA, which has a live stream providing continuous coverage of the Artemis 2 mission, will start a second live stream at 1 p.m. Monday to show viewers the lunar flyby. So this is the lunar flyby, everyone. Yeah, this is the lunar flyby that we're watching from Earth, right? They can see the Earth, they can see the moon, right? They can see the Earth, they can see the moon, they can see the stars. They're trying to get to the other side, the cold side of the moon, what they call the South Pole of the moon. The South Pole of the moon is the most freezing part of the moon, right? It's like they want to see if there's any water there, and they want to see if it's different, right? You know how when you see pictures of you know how you see pictures of
As you heard discussed, we are expecting the crew's observation time period to start in about 10 minutes.
you ever seen the
First, they'll be
pictures?
conducting a warming up to their science observations of the moon. They'll be discussing with each other, helping each other orient using the major landmarks that they've studied, asking what is familiar.
If we roll left, port 5 degrees, that would get the moon closer to the left side of window 2.
Copy, Victor. We'd like to know if it's pitch and roll or one or the other.
Thank you. It's tense.
Jenny, we actually thought you already put the pitch in. Had the pitch been put in already?
No, we need a little while longer to talk about it.
Thank you. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the roses.
So, Jenny, I guess what's happening is just as our orbit's changing, where it is in the window is changing. So maybe these fancy little adjustments aren't worth it. It's going to continue to move in the window. Or is the spacecraft going to keep the moon at the same point of the window if we adjust the
So
attitude?
watching the moon, right? We're watching the moon, Artemis 2 mission. They're about to do the flyby around the moon.
Right now, we are pointing the center of the window to the center of the moon with 2 degrees of deadband.
So right now they're gonna take pictures with a high-powered lens to see what they see, and then we'll be able to see more, right? So Jeremy Burton, we'll be able to see more, right? We'll be able to see more in a few minutes. Everyone, hit the comments, hit the like button. I appreciate you all for joining me. We're watching the Artemis 2 mission, and NASA in Houston is communicating with
The conversation you hear happening now between the astronauts aboard Orion and Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're in the center of your screen, seated at the CAPCOM, or Capsule Communicator Console. That's Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Artemis 2 backup. She was also the lead Capcom for Expedition 63 aboard the International Space Station. The crew is requesting some attitude changes to the spacecraft to allow them to better image the moon, our priority for today. Of course, those have to be discussed on the ground before they are put into work aboard the spacecraft, so the team is taking some time to do so. You also heard Gibbons reference that we are into deadbands. Deadbands are essentially keeping us in the lane in which we're traveling. If you're familiar with lane assist in your car, very similar in this case.
So Artemis 2 is pretty much...
We are now 10,870 miles away from the moon, traveling 1,066 miles per hour and 249,390 miles away from Earth. Again, we recently surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record of farthest humans have ever traveled. And upon calling down some words during that milestone, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen noting that he hopes that this record that they are setting today is soon broken by future explorers.
So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, people. Hit the every button you can. And Trump held a press conference at the same exact time of the Artemis 2 mission. At the same exact time. And instead of speaking about Artemis 2, he spoke about the person that was being rescued from Iran, and you would think that he would want to highlight this as a victory and something that is a big accomplishment. Instead, he spent his whole time rambling and attacking the whole going after Iran, and also attacking everyone else and saying how wonderful Easter was, and did not even highlight the astronauts. So I decided to highlight the astronauts and their mission. Everyone, thank you for the likes. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the loves. Let's see. Jerry Burton, Janet Perez. Anyone else? Anyone else is going to hit the like button or the share button. Hit the like and share button. I appreciate it. Support the podcast.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are standing by for the beginning of lunar flyby.
So it should be happening soon.
Expecting that to start in just a few minutes when the crew will begin a warm-up discussion, preparing for the day. They will be capturing images along while discussing what they find familiar about the moon and what looks unexpected to them.
So they basically make it observations about what they see, what they notice, the difference between what they saw in pictures and what they actually seen being there in person, the difference between the two, right? In other words, the difference between the theoretical and the actuality. Everyone, thank you for liking the live, share the live, hit the subscribe button on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram, and Substack, and TikTok. Hit the like button, hit the share
Just minutes
button.
away from the official start of lunar flyby, or when it is timelined for the crew. We are currently 10,726 miles away from the moon. This view on the left side of your screen coming from the camera on one of Orion's solar arrays.
I love the way they could broadcast right to YouTube directly from outer space.
Other conversation points while the crew are getting ready for their flyby today. They'll be looking to orient themselves using major landmarks and annotating their observations along with their discussion. They'll have 10 minutes for that warm-up discussion.
So if you're sitting at work, enjoying the view, NASA is on the ground, mission control, making sure that everything's good, the temperatures are good, the gauges are good, the mileage is good, the oxygen, and all the instruments are working the way they're supposed to be working, right? To make sure that the astronauts are safe, and that they make it back to Earth to see their families, right? So I'll just be broadcasting the flyby, and some people say it was disrespectful of Trump to hold a press conference at the same exact time of the NASA broadcast. And so he could have highlighted them and said and spoke about it and contacted the mission, right? But it's a joint Canadian and American crew, so I'm sure they don't want to turn it political, right? They don't want to turn it political. Nobody wants to turn it political, right?
Houston, integrity integrity. We have two folks at the window deep in discussion talking about all of the awesome features that they're seeing. We just had a huge moment realizing that Hertzsprung is about the same size as our incredible Oriental. We're really excited about this target that's kind of new to us. We're orienting on things like how we talk about albedo, finding some of the prevalent things that we're used to from all of our training, and just overall taking in this view. We also are noticing that the moon is still getting noticeably bigger as we go, even when you're watching it continuously. It's great to see these two guys get warmed up.
We love the report, Christina, thanks. And you nailed it on why we added Hertzsprung. As you'll see in the prompts, we're looking for comparisons to the comparatively much older Hertzsprung compared to the younger Oriental. Great words.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That was the voice of Dr. Kelsey Young speaking with the astronauts aboard Orion as they begin their observation period and lunar flyby. NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting their view of Hertzsprung Basin. The team here is looking for centered images of the basin at a full zoom, and they're hoping that the astronauts can image and describe the inner and outer rings. This is considered a degraded basin with a floor, rings, and ejecta compared to a younger Oriental basin. We spoke earlier with Julian Gross, the Artemis curation lead, about some of the terms we will hear the crew use today. One of those just called out, that's albedo, looking at surface brightness, or the amount of light a surface reflects.
So that's for the science junkies, albedo.
A few more terms that we hope to hear today during the crew's sit-reps or situation reports include embaying. This refers to one feature that surrounds another. That usually is a higher relief feature.
Houston Integrity, one report from the crew at the windows. We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now. It's interesting because the Earth looks way brighter, so the Earth itself seems to have a much higher albedo than the moon. We think this is independent of our eyes focusing because, of course, the Earth is much smaller than the moon in our view. So you could think that your eyes focus for the darker sky, and that it means that it only has apparent brightness more than the moon. But since we're seeing both in the same view, we do think that this can be inferred as the Earth as a whole has a higher albedo.
Great observation, Christina, and reminder that as you're starting to look for those subtle color and albedo variations on the moon, the relatively bright albedo Earth might make those a little bit difficult, but as your eyes continue to adjust, we expect you to start to see more nuance on the moon. Thanks.
Great call. Thanks for the reminder.
We're all going to be experts in lunar terminology by the end of the day. Another one we expect to hear is mare. These are dark regions paved or filled by volcanic deposits. You also can hear them called seas, oceans, lakes, or marshes, or other bodies of water. Again, we are live in Artemis Mission Control, but on the right side of your screen, that is the Science Evaluation Room, team members who have been preparing for this day for years. The crew has significantly darkened the cabin of Orion. This allows them better views outside the windows and fewer reflections from inside. They reported being able to see the moon and the Earth out the same window at this time. We are really hopeful to get those photos. Right now, this view on the left side of your screen coming from a camera mounted on one of the solar array wings on Orion outside the spacecraft. The crew is equipped with 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses.
I usually cover politics, but decided to cover the Artemis too. Today, politics has gotten too crazy, right? Trump is saying, people think that Trump is threatening a nuclear weapon against Iran. I don't know. They'll be taken out totally, wiped out from the earth, which would be dangerous to even the people in the moon, right? So, I don't know. The politics in the United States are getting crazy in the world. I'd rather watch the moon landing or the moon, the crew in the moon, and science, and using all of our brain cells.
The team continues their warm-up discussion. I should say the crew members aboard Orion continue their warm-up discussion. However, they are about to be prompted to move on to discussion number 2, which is near side and far side. Some of the things that they are looking to capture, the ground has prompted them to photograph anything that stands out to them and to compare the near side versus the far side mare in color, albedo, topography, and texture. They also want the crew to compare the appearance of rayed craters in the near side mare versus in the far side highlands. Of course, a reminder that some of the items that the crew, or some of the landmarks the crew are seeing today, is the first time that humans have ever laid eyes on those portions of the moon.
So they're trying to see the back side of the moon, right? The side of the moon that we don't see from the Earth. To see what's on that side of the moon, right? Just to put it in simple terms, right?
In the targeting package, there are a few reminders of the crew. For the crew, there are time-sensitive observation reminders and science sit-rep reminders.
Integrity. We have a sit-rep. The targets that are being discussed right now, it's the far side, near side comparison, and hearing some great discussion of browns and greens in the Aristarchus Plateau and how those disappear as you go toward the North Pole, and then over to the far side, you lose the color. You've got Jeremy in window 2, Reed in window 1, having a great discussion. Christina's under window, I'm sorry, Reed is in window 3. Christina's under window 1, documenting the discussion. And we've got the lights completely off in the cabin. There are some LEDs that we cannot put out that do provide some light scatter. But we have all of the internal lights off and are letting our eyes adjust as best we can. The window 4 view, you only get about a third of the moon. Tycho is going to go over the horizon soon, and you can see Aristarchus, and then you start to lose the view as you go to the west in Oceanus and Procellarum. So far, the team is on the plan, and the long lens is being put to good use, and recordings are being made, and internal documentation of the configuration and the observations is ongoing. Science, do you have any questions for us at this time?
Integrity Science, Victor, very glad that you provided the first formal science sit-rep, as these were indeed your idea. One follow-up question, any relationship between those browns and greens you described? Do you see them blending into one another, and do you see any topography associated with either color?
I don't want to bother the window team. I just heard that, overheard that, and so I'm sorry I don't have that detail yet. I will eavesdrop and see if I can pick that up. I will try to answer that at some point. I also heard a comparison of the albedo in Aristarchus, that crater, the very high albedo spot you can see on the near side. There is a feature called, I believe, Burgess Alpha that is equally or maybe higher albedo. I apologize for the gaps. I'm trying to listen and talk at the same time, but I will try to get some more information to correlate those colors from Aristarchus for you.
Understood, Victor, and good call to not bug the window team. Really like the brightness comparisons to Burgess A. Really helpful for the science team. Keep them coming. Thanks.
I also heard a discussion about the albedo of Grimaldi being a 10, and how many of us, when we were a little further away, saw that as the darkest albedo, and that the bigger Mare off to the to the east was still dark, but maybe a 7-8. We still think that, but you are seeing color variation, albedo variation inside of Grimaldi as well, and that even on the west side there's still a very dark part of it. But it is still the darkest. It is just not as uniform as it looked when we were farther away. We're starting to differentiate the striations of albedo inside of Grimaldi.
Copy all, Victor, and you read our mind. Superlatives like darkest, biggest are really, really helpful for us, so keep those coming.
As we were just mentioning, the crew is slated to perform these science sit reps. They are prompted to do so by an icon in their lunar targeting plan. That one coming down from NASA astronaut and pilot of Artemis II, Victor Glover. As we discussed, the Capcom is usually the only person in the room speaking with the crew, the capsule communicator. However, today, the science officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, she is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, is speaking with the crew during the flyby to ask any questions that the team may have. To her right is Trevor Graff. He is one of 3 science officers. Those would be Kelsey Young, Trevor Graff, and Angela Garcia, who will also join us later for an interview.
It's a interesting mission, right? Interesting that there's a Garcia there. Maybe it's a family member. I'm just joking. That's the most common last name in the world, right? Look it up. It's the #1 most common last name in the world. So it was just a joke. So I mean, it's an intense mission.
And Houston Integrity was able to, Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see the entire moon that they're looking at. We left the T-shirt up there, so I was kind of peeking through the opening in the makeshift shroud there, and once I was able to get two eyes on it, what jumped out at me was Vavilov. It's just peeking out of the Terminator. It's clear of the Terminator now, but it just really jumps out because it's still got the low light, the low sun angle, and so where the Vavilov has that impact over the top of another crater, where the two craters intersect on the eastern edge. So on the side closest to Oriental, where the two crater rings intersect, the shadow there is the highest peak in the interior of Vavilov, and so you can see that terrain is there's some real variation in the terrain there. That there's a nice peak where those peaks intersect. Where those rings intersect, and we'll get a picture of that.
Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationships you just described about topography. And if it's easier for your observations, do feel free to remove the T-shirt shroud from window 1.
Absolutely, we will do. Thank you.
So you got to be careful staring at these objects and the sun and the moon and the reflections.
Those calls coming from NASA astronaut Victor Glover. As we discussed, the crew is working in pairs at the windows. Right now, taking photos are Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Serving as their support team are pilot Victor Glover and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. You're hearing those calls from Victor Glover as he is on that support team, and he is tasked with providing the science sit reps, while the two crew photographing and making annotations of the moon are in windows 2 and 3. Windows 1 and 4 are available for the support crew to fly up to, obviously look at the moon themselves, and provide these science situational reports. The view on your screen is part of the lunar targeting package, and it's something that the crew can reference as they are flying by. But this is an animation. You also heard Glover mention Oriental. Oriental is a major feature that the team is interested in today, and it's known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon. Until this mission, the Oriental Basin had never been seen in sunlight by human eyes. Oriental Basin and its surrounding ejecta could fit within a straight line distance from NASA's Johnson Space Center, where we are at today, to Kennedy Space Center. This a live view in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, where the teams are monitoring all systems, not just for today's flyby, but on the spacecraft themselves. Again, this is a test flight, our very first flight of humans on the Orion spacecraft. This team has been this team has been monitoring the entire time of the mission, as well as we have been live the entirety of the mission, and we will be continuing to do so all the way through splashdown and crew recovery from the Pacific. This is a visualization from ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website that you can also access at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis, showing us that we are now under 10,000 miles from the moon, 9,948 to be specific, and continuing to count down. Again, our closest approach to the moon today should come about 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. However, we will be out of contact with the crew at this time as they begin transiting behind the moon. At that time of closest approach, the distance from Orion to the lunar surface will be about 4,070 miles. Of course, these are estimates at this time, and we'll be sure to provide you with the official numbers once that closest approach has been reached.
So this is a long
Shot
mission.
live inside the Orion spacecraft, where our 4 crew members are continuing with their lunar flyby activities. They have just begun those activities really about 20 minutes ago, so we've got several hours of moon view opportunities. This is still a live view inside that capsule. However, you can see just how dark they have turned down the lights. Actually, they've turned them all the way off. There are a few LEDs that they cannot power off, but turning down these lights gives them better views outside of the spacecraft's windows while they photograph the moon. This also prevents any reflections from inside the spacecraft bouncing up on the windows and interfering with their photography.
So they're in pitch black pretty much, making observations of what they see. Making serious observations, taking pictures. I can imagine the amount of pictures that are going to come out of this mission of things that we haven't seen of the moon, and areas of the moon that we have never seen, or like they say, with the human eye. No one has seen this stuff with the human eye, and so it's a first, right? Use your imagination to fill in the gaps. Make sure you hit the follow button on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram, Substack, and TikTok. Hit the follow button. And support the channel.
As we were previously discussing, the crew members are serving on teams. The first team being Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen at the windows photographing what they see. We heard reports earlier that they could see both the moon and the Earth in the same view, and we are looking forward to seeing the moon and the Earth in the same view as well. That Earth set coming up in just a few hours. While Wiseman and Hansen are at the windows photographing, Glover and Cook are serving as support crew. They are able to assist with cameras. They are also providing those situation reports, letting us know how the team is working inside the spacecraft, what they're seeing, and how they're feeling about it. Those first blocks of teams will last about an hour, and the crew members are approaching the halfway point into their first observation block. A reminder, we have 5 of those blocks today. So they're approaching this halfway point, during which the crew at the window will switch roles. One will begin taking pictures, and the other will be making annotations on their PCD, that's portable computing device. Both of those crew members at the windows are recording audio of what they see. They are putting on headsets and recording audio into their portable computing devices. Obviously, we are not hearing this right now. This is going to be sent down to the science team, and they will be able to analyze that at a later time. What we are hearing, though, and will continue to hear, are those science sit reps a few times every block. Once this block is complete, about 40 minutes from now, we will have the teams switch. That means pilot Victor Glover and
Science integrity, looking at a window 1. I think it's reported earlier saying that it was Tycho going over the horizon. That was Copernicus I was referring to. Apologies. It was Copernicus is what is farthest bounding to the east, and that is now like on the horizon or just past it. And Korolev is now a few degrees from going over the horizon. And then, next it'll be Aristarchus Plateau. And so on the west, we are getting a much better view of the Terminator. Looks like we have about 80% illumination of the moon. And Vavilov and 1 Vavilov diameter to the west is where the Terminator is right now. And so other features are starting to peek out there. The center of the illuminated part of the moon is to the lower part is Oriental, and just around Oriental, a lot of light structure is starting to show up. A lot of high albedo, similar to the feature, I cannot remember, Burgess Alpha and Aristarchus type high albedo in the ring. So when you look at the interior ring and the external ring, it's almost as if the edges are starting to dry up and and turn white. If it was something that was wet and got dry, the edges would be the part to dry first. You just kind of outline all the topography in the interior of that wall is like it was dusted with chalk or is starting to dry, or maybe dusted with snow. If this was the earth, I would say there was snow dumped on some of the ridges on the interior of the rings of Oriental. Also, an interesting part of the discussion that I heard between Reed and Jeremy is that from Glushko to Grimaldi, there are two dark features there that look like commas, but in the wrong direction. But there's also a lot of interestingness, just a lot of geometry and squiggles and dots and lines that are starting to stand out as more small features come into view. And there also is a lot of variation in albedo. And some of those, the two dark features, for example, have on the southern edge of the larger one, the one that's further to the south, there's a very dark, the one albedo, like the southern and western part of Grimaldi. And the one to the north, closer to Glushko, is also that same dark albedo. And then around them there are some very high albedo spots just to the north of the southern one, and just to the west of the smaller one to the north. Very high albedo, almost approaching the 10, a 9 or a 10, like Aristarchus. And lots of little bright spots are just starting to pop up in this view. To the north, as you look up at the North Pole, there is a very distinct crater with a lot of a very defined central peak that is also 3 in albedo, and all of that area past it, going to the horizon, gets lighter and lighter, and is very, very high albedo. And I will go look and find the name of that feature if I can look that up. And then to the south, really getting some interesting geography and topography in the South Pole Aitken Basin. And the view of the South Pole is quite amazing. We've got some Terminator there, as well as the limb view, and there is a very distinct crater right at the South Pole. And I'm going to go look up, I don't believe that is Aiken, but I'm going to go look up the name of that one because it's also giving a lot of good topography due to the shadows that I'm seeing. But that's, I was trying to bound the view that I'm seeing for it and got distracted by all of these interesting albedo variations that are popping up in the interior. But that's the view that we see. Just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond is where the Terminator is. Just beyond, I think Copernicus is the easternmost feature that we can see. A very nice ringed, very nice structure crater to the north with a great high albedo central uplift to the north, and the south is dotted by a very characteristic crater with a lot of terrain, shadow features.
I'll be right back.
Some landmarks to put names with those. Any questions for the observation team?
Integrity Science, love the descriptions. You're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate seeing the training being implemented. Especially interested in your descriptions of the dark patches. You compared the comma-looking features
Interesting,
to the
right?
albedo you see in Grimaldi, and notice that you're starting to see those color differences popping out. Any observations you want to make, especially when you get on, the PCD
I'll be right
in a little
back.
bit, would really help us tease out the differences in those dark mare deposits. Great description, Victor. Keep them coming.
Absolutely will do, and I know you've got descriptions on both of the window observers right now as well. Keep it coming.
great evidence of how well trained this crew is by the science team. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, calling down a situation report, noting several different features on the moon and such descriptions, even saying that it looks like snow on some of the peaks. Obviously, we do not expect that to be snow, but referencing that as some of the lighting on how it looks to the Artemis II crew from their current position. The team is slated to be switching their positions at the windows now. Both Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen have been at windows 2 and 3, one taking photos, one making observations and annotations on their portable computing device. At this time, we also anticipate that they are looking at a crater duo. One of those is Glushko, and the other is Ohm. The team is looking to know the extent of Glushko's ray system and how its rays differ in the Mare versus the Highlands. They also want the team to compare the ray systems of Glushko to Ohm. Ohm is considered a young crater. And if you've ever seen a photo of the Richat structure, it's also known as the Eye of the Sahara. It's 40 kilometers in diameter, and that could fit within Ohm's interior. The team is specifically interested in descriptions of that ray visibility, including the color, albedo. Remember, albedo is the brightness or the surface reflection, and the reach. Again, I am using the same lunar targeting package that the crew is referencing on board right now. This helps keep them on time as well as prompt them for when they need to make a call down to the science team and report what they're saying. It also gives them reminders of when they need to swap positions at the windows. Additionally, I'm using the Artemis II Lunar Science Passport developed by Amber Turner and the Artemis II Lunar Science team. Now, this passport did not fly with the crew, but they used it extensively as a study guide here on Earth. So a lot of the descriptions and comparisons you hear today are developed directly by the science team.
So the science team is doing their thing.
Now 4 days, 20 hours, and 43 minutes.
Science integrity, that crater to the north, that is, it's like we've got one in the north that looks like just a textbook crater, and one on the south pole as well. The one in the north, I think, is Pythagoras. And what I wanted to highlight about that is it is either a very distinct central uplift or just a very defined area of high albedo. If a majority of the crater, especially the floor of the crater, is, say, an albedo of 5, this center, and only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras is an albedo of 2, maybe 3, but it is very bright and it stands out. And then between that crater and the actual what is the horizon from here, there seems to be another crater right on the horizon, and right on the edge of that is another patch of that albedo. It seems to be between the two craters. It's hard to tell from this grazing angle, but there is another spot just further north beyond Pythagoras. Between the two, I can draw a picture of this one and show you where that very high albedo, again another 2 albedo surrounded by 5 and most of the area bounding it.
Integrity science, thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras assessment. And as a follow-up to your previous report, the SIR had questions about topography comparisons between the North Pole and the South Pole of the moon, if you're willing to provide words on that.
Topography comparisons, absolutely. And if you have any idea what, if you draw a line between Pythagoras and the western edge of the outer defined ring of Oriental, it intersects a beautiful textbook crater on the south. I would love to know the name of that. The topography differences, now the South Pole has a little bit of a benefit that it has more of the Terminator, and I can see a little more shadowing there, but there's a nice crater right at the South Pole, so that's the main thing defining the topography there. Seems to be quite a bit of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows, a 90-degree just to the west of that crater at the South Pole. I can see a very distinct change in the shadow directions, indicating, I don't know, a very high wall or a very deep canyon just to the west of that. And in the north, it seems to me that from sort of the edge of the mare that's dark, which is maybe 1 Pythagoras diameter south, if you draw a ring about that, maybe the top 7 degrees of the moon, and just draw a ring around that, the near side is an albedo of 5 and looks quite smooth from here. And then along the same edge of the mare, the edge of the mare that kind of Grimaldi's just outside of, Glushko is just outside of, Carroll Crater is just outside of, and you start to see the stark differences between the darker 7/8s and the 5s and 6s, the 4s and 5s. If you follow that line up to the north, that line is also where the change in topography happens at the North Pole. The line defining the light and dark on the edge of the mare that you can see from Earth. Draw that line, roughly the midpoint of all that, straight to the North Pole. And on the side facing the Earth, you see smoother topography and dotted by Pythagoras and its next door neighbor crater. And then on the far side, you see a lot more cratering and a lot more topography. And again, the far side has the benefit of a little Terminator there, but I am seeing a variation in the topography. It seems to be more jagged and a more challenging place to find a place to land and to even traverse in the south, all around the South Pole. And at the North Pole, it seems to be, it would be more challenging to translate on the far side of the North Pole compared to the near side of the North Pole around Pythagoras.
Copy all, Victor. You really help paint a contextual picture of what you're looking at. We really appreciate the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing by drawing comparisons between recognizable features. Thanks for that.
About whether Democrats should be aligned with him or not, campaigning with him, going to the show or not. And the debate is kind of senseless and mindless at this point. It's kind of people
And Kelsey, another little science moment, something I just heard from the window team is the more I look at the moon, the browner and browner it looks. I thought that was an interesting observation. The 2 observers have been on timeline, no hardware issues. They did start to talk a little bit about another feature that you'll hear more about on the recordings that they call the handprint. That was at the end of their Glushko and before they moved into their current target. They thought that was worth chatting a little bit more about. And they're preparing to switch after this.
He's being held to these standards for comments he made in the past.
Houston copies and concurs.
Which he has just explained or contextualized more.
So interesting, right? They're gonna fly an orbit around the moon. That's part of the mission. And
Houston and Science Integrity, another just observation from the human. My eyes have shifted a little bit since I've been up here. I've been wearing my reading glasses to look at the PCD. Well, this is a very taxing event on the eyes, looking out the window and seeing the very bright moon, then coming back inside to the dark cabin and trying to work cameras and microphones and logistics and lunch and those kinds of things, and then looking at the PCD, which is dim out the window. I can just feel my eyes adjusting, and I just have to work through it as they adjust.
Democrats to turn around and vote for messaging bills that
Appreciate that report, Victor, and know that we are prepared to read you up targets from the ground if that would give you the ability to keep your eyes focused on the moon and not having to swap between that and the PCD. Just let us know.
What? Republicans are not going to stop calling you socialist anyway. They're going to continue calling you socialist. So why are you giving them an opportunity?
Yeah, we appreciate that science, and we will also do that for the window teams, and we'll back each other up that way as well. But we appreciate that. We may take you up on that. Thanks.
That's how bad socialism is, right? That's it. That's what this is. It's no different.
Continued detailed descriptions from the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. Again, this is a test flight, the first time we've flown humans aboard this spacecraft, so every detail, even that it's difficult to look outside the window and then back at the PCD, that portable computing device, every single detail is appreciated as we prepare for future missions. Glover also mentioned that he is now wearing his glasses now that he's in space and that his eyes have shifted a bit. This is something that happens when our astronauts go to space. There is a fluid shift from the lower half of your body up into your head, and that can cause changes in your eyes. It's something that we have seen over time for some crew members, especially now that we have been living and working on the International Space Station for over 25 years.
So the pressure builds up in the head instead of the
It's
gravity.
clear that these Artemis II astronauts have undergone extensive lunar science training, including classroom instruction, fieldwork, and high-fidelity simulations. Training expeditions even took place in analog environments like the Icelandic Highlands and the Kemasassen impact crater in Labrador, where crews practiced identifying and describing geologic features under varying conditions. Additionally, here at Johnson Space Center, Orion mock-ups were used to rehearse crew choreography, including three-dimensional space management with an inflatable moon globe to simulate the flyby. And while on Earth, the crew also used that small lunar passport that I mentioned with descriptions, photos, and prompts to help them study the features we hope they'll see. Now, this is a view from their lunar targeting package at this time, helping them determine what they're seeing on the moon, as well as on the left, keep up with what their next target will be. As you can see, we have got a long list and an exciting day ahead of us.
So it's an interesting day, right? And it's interesting that
It's now been 4
this is how it
days,
looks.
20 hours, and 53 minutes
These are all the
since
craters
Orion launched atop the Space Launch System
on the
rocket
moon.
at Kennedy Space Center in Florida with our 4 crew members aboard. NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
They have a little limited amount of
The Artemis
space
II crew passed a
in there.
major milestone today when they passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. That Apollo 13 distance record was 248,655 statute miles from Earth.
And Houston, another observation, whole moon. When you look at the moon, something I've never seen in photographs before, but is very apparent, all the really bright new craters. Some of them are super tiny. Most of them are pretty small. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. And what it really looks like is like a lampshade with tiny pinprick holes and the light shining through. They are so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
We copy, Christina. Thank you. Looks like you guys might be doing it, but remind you to swap positions at the window and take your SD cards with you. We're loving everything that you're calling down, so keep it up.
Yeah, the reason why they didn't complain about that is because they agree with Mark Levin in theory and in principle, and that is precisely the reason why they don't talk about Fetterman, a Democratic senator, criticizing the rest of the party for not being sufficiently pro-Israel.
Again, Orion previously surpassed that Artemis, or the Apollo 13 greatest distance from Earth by humans. That was 248,655 statute miles from Earth, and Orion now 250,294 miles away from our home planet. The spacecraft is 9,033 miles away from the moon and growing ever closer. At its closest approach, it'll be about 4,070 miles away, and we will make sure we confirm what that distance ends up being. This is an approximation and an estimate ahead of that moment. We're anticipating them to make that closest approach at 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 Eastern, when they are in a loss of signal, transiting behind the moon. They will be the first humans in over 50 years to fly behind the moon and lose contact with Earth. We will regain that contact about 40 minutes later as they reconnect to the Deep Space Network, emerging from behind the moon, and we will look forward to seeing an Earthrise.
So at the same time, I'm looking at the news outlets and looking at what information they have
Again, the crew
about
is currently in their
Artemis.
position swap portion on their timeline.
So the double standards are just brazen. And yeah, I think that just gets to the core of this, which is that most of the people that are paddling this argument.
This allows crew members the opportunity and the experience of all roles necessary during today's flyby. Right now, those two crew members at the window have swap positions.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Hassan Piker was pro-Israel, this would not be part of the conversation. The idea that, oh, he said something offensive about Orthodox Jews, which he did, I'm not defending it. He made offensive remarks about inbred people. He argued that he was talking about settlers. He said he uses...
So they're now less than 10,000 miles away from the moon. They're getting closer. The moon is getting bigger. And it's still dark. Everyone, show support to the show. Hit the like button. Thanks, Jerry Burton. Hit the like button. Hit the share button.
Windows swapping positions. Right now, that crew is Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, while Victor Glover and Christina Cook serve as their support flyby crew members. That's why you are hearing Victor and Christina during those science situation reports. Those voices will change in about 30 minutes when they take a turn taking photos and making annotations while at the window.
Interesting, right, everyone? So they're doing observations now. That's what they're doing by the window. They're doing that,
Heated debate over criticism of Israel and the political influence for Hassan Piker's role on the left has bitterly divided progressives.
and
So.
so
U.S. Senate race in Michigan, an electorally critical swing state. The ongoing controversy probably marks a preview of things to come as the midterm.
everyone, I was saying, support the channel. Hit the like on Facebook. Hit the follow button. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. I'm not as influential as NASA or these people, but you know, I do the best I can, right? And there's Twitch. Hit the follow button. On X, hit the follow, hit the subscribe button, and also on Twitch and Substack. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate you all for joining me while we watch Artemis 2. How can I say it? Circle the moon, right?
Houston Integrity. I wanted to provide an observation or a little bit of descriptive nature on something that we saw on the first day we had good moon views. This was when we saw more of the near side, and the ground helped me out with identifying Mare Imbrium. Mare Imbrium, when you have the western limb also in view, looks completely different than the normal view we have of the near side. It is the most striking feature of the western limb view that we had, and the mountain chains that form its eastern side are very prominent, but they actually stand out more than I'm used to seeing, even on the western side. And the whole thing just feels like a big bump. It actually looks like a large healing wound with a high albedo forming the mountain chain around the impact basin. And I just don't think I had enough chance to describe how striking it was on that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago.
November 2024 Guardian analysis found a 22,000.
Christina, science, absolutely love that, especially since that's a feature that all of us here on Earth can observe from home. So I'm sure tonight everyone's going to be going out and looking for evidence of that beautiful topography you just said. Thanks for those words.
If they don't rectify their strategy. And for the record, this is not like an ethnic tension. This is not an ethnic conflict. There are plenty of people beyond the Arab communities that also take issue with the Democratic Party.
So let's watch this real fast from the Independent.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. And Ford, the most awarded brand for initial quality on trucks by J.D. Power. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting.
Sorry.
The view on your screen coming from Orion, a camera mounted on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Toward the right of your screen, the near side is the hemisphere we see from Earth. That is identifiable by those dark splotches, which are ancient lava flows.
Science integrity. Question and a comment. Question is it possible that we're seeing the Schrodinger basin from this vantage point in the Terminator at the South Pole? And the comment is the rays coming out of Ulm are less distinct. We are not seeing the bright rays coming out of it, but the sort of 9 o'clock wedge that is formed by the change in albedo from the interior portion that is to the northeast to the surrounding lighter mare that's 270 degrees to the west. That night is very distinct and interior. You got some great descriptions from the two at the window about the colors in there, but in that darker part in that wedge, you've got some really interesting color. Even though the rays, the distinct difference in the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the rays coming out. It's the just change in that albedo.
Integrity science, that is very intriguing. Those color rays coming out of Ohm rather than sort of albedo. And as an answer to your question, we do not think you can see Schrodinger. It's in darkness as of now. But thanks for that Ohm description, and it sounds like the pair at the window's got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
Different varieties. It has nothing to do with Judaism. He has largely said he stands by his comments, but has also recently expressed regret about the inbreak
If you could help me out, I would still love to know what it is. There's a very nice crater. You're going to likely have a lot of pictures of it. What would be right in the Terminator at the South Pole or close to the South Pole, where it's intersecting the Terminator right now?
And I'm an anti-genocide, anti-fascist.
Yeah, Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, kind of if you're looking at the Terminator, it's basically like 70% down from the North Pole. Is that where you're looking?
But he said winning requires talking with anyone from Joe Rogan and Hassan Piker. To illustrate the point, Al-Sayed appeared on Fox News last week. The interest of all missions
that is where I'm looking.
are one and the same, Al-Sayed said. Every dollar that we spend on aimless, illegal, unjustified war in Iran that allows
Integrity,
Houston, that is an enabled caution for wastewater dump required. We have hit our limit. As expected, no crew action.
Boom. Something that I say.
Copy, no crew action.
You are
And integrity science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it like right on the terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the terminator?
So, moving on from that and getting back to the main villain, the top villain, Donald Trump.
45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000.
So they've seen things that they had never seen before. Some light, some differences in the moon's craters, different from the map that they have.
a response from the crew. The terminator is that difference between day and night, or brightness and darkness, that you see on the moon. We see this from the International Space Station as well, looking down at Earth.
And science from integrity. Excuse my space orientation adaptation. If you draw a line between Blushko through the center of Oriental, and then another line from Blushko through the southern tangent of Oriental, that line would almost perfectly intersect tangentially the crater that I'm talking about. It is on the terminator. So yeah, I think I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted.
That line description was really helpful. I have eyes on the SIR right now, and they are actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly.
So they're kind of reoriented, kind of lost in space, a little lost in space.
Hearing a couple voices today in Mission Control Houston. One of those is Dr. Kelsey Young.
Integrity science, we believe that's Demon Crater.
Oh, I floated away from the speaker. Say it again, please.
We believe that that is Demon Crater.
1977 Ford F-Series became America's best-selling.
Interesting, right?
Okay, and can you say the first letter?
Interesting,
What was the first letter of that word?
fascinating, right, everyone? Fascinating. What's happening?
Copy. Thank you for that. Yes, we've got a great view of that. And when I went back to just now, the view has completely changed. Our trajectory is taking us to a new view, and I'm looking more into Babalov. I've got a nice, great view into Babalov. I'm actually away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding words on the view that we're seeing. But I've got to get back to a window in a minute.
He is a little bit worried.
Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one.
Clutching on to that one pole. That says something. That means that if the MAGA base started maybe unwinding on the Iran war stuff because it's far too costly.
Again, when you hear calls down to science or from science, that's Dr. Kelsey Young, the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here at a console in Mission Control. You also hear communications with the crew from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is the Capcom for today. She is a backup Artemis II crew member. Those calls from pilot Victor Glover asking about a feature he was seeing, specifically a crater on the moon. Meanwhile, the team here in the science evaluation room was actively working together to determine which feature he was describing.
So
The teams at the window have continued to move through their
interesting,
targets,
right?
including Ohm, Aristarchus Plateau, Reiner Gamma, and we are preparing for the cabin and window teams to swap. That's when we'll hear more from Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles, while Christina Cook and Victor Glover are at the windows photographing and annotating. as we briefly mentioned, if you look towards the right side of the moon, essentially, this live view coming from a camera outside the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the moon where you see those dark patches.
Wow, yeah, I wish I had some more time to just sit here and describe what I'm seeing, but the Terminator right now is just fantastic. It is the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting perspective, there are little islands. There are islands of terrain out there that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation in terrain. Up to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snowman sitting there, in the 5-10 degrees below the pole in the Terminator. And then on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. Looks like a hole. And it's the diameter
Let's do home court explore.
Yes, it helps you shop, quote, and buy the right coverage for you, even if it's not with us.
What do you think of this option?
You look so good together.
Don't hate me, I just told him that you're interested.
You did not.
I did.
Oh, I know. Let's prank call each other.
East of the Terminator.
That's
and as you
not
go
how that
south,
works, Jamie.
the Terminator is not a nice smooth arc. It's just jagged. There's
After
almost
50 years, NASA is sending humans on a path back to the moon. It's a multi-billion
nice smooth arc, again indicating some really interesting variations. And I'm sure we'll get some photos of that. And then one of the craters further to the south of Vavilov, maybe halfway down to the South Pole, is not only it looks like just a deep hole, and then there's like two island rays pointing off to the west and north that indicate very high ridges and very deep canyons coming up out of that crater. So again, just some really interesting visual illusions going on with the shadows there. Like I said, there look to be islands out beyond the Terminator, because some of the things, maybe even a Vavilov diameter into the Terminator are catching sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south. It's very, very interesting to see.
Integrity Science, oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fist pumps in the air. Those types of observations are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you, so thanks for that.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a SIGREP updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The two window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one at window 2 went to window 3, and the one at window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
So they're updating the status of the vehicle and also the positions. Instead of them switching, they're going to stay at their position. It'll be easier instead of swapping back and forth. It's a tight cabinet. There's not a lot of room to move around. It's two minivans, right? So it's a tight ship. It's not like they're just walking around in there. It's a very tight ship. They don't have much room, right? As much as they want to make it seem.
As you heard, science.
Go for the vehicle system update.
Howdy, Reed. We don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
So they make observations they have never seen before.
At all. They're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the Mari around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi, but it's cool after just being at the 400 mil for the last half hour. Looking up close, I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and Inco, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
As the crew gets ready to switch positions from the window crew going back to the support crew and the support crew flying up to the windows. This view inside the room, Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. The crew has continued to provide excellent descriptions of what they are seeing on the lunar surface. In this picture, or in this live view actually, from Orion and a camera mounted on its solar array wing, if you look at the dark portion on the right side of the screen, those are visible from Earth. That's considered the near side. Those are ancient lava flows from a time early in the moon's history when it was volcanically active. And if you look towards the left, there's that dark, large crater that appears above, to the left of those lava flows. That's Oriental Basin. It's about 600 miles wide, and it straddles the moon's near and far side. And this mission is the first time that humans have ever been able to see this with their eyes in the daylight.
Interesting.
Again, you hear conversation about that Terminator. You have a great view of that as well. That's the difference between light and darkness on the moon. Victor Glover explaining that as a very jagged looking Terminator due to the peaks that they're seeing and the craters that they're seeing as they prepare to cross over the far side.
So let's see. I just want to show you something.
You also heard Science Officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, sharing with Victor Glover that his...
Wow, what is this place? Honey, you've never heard of The Real Real? It's the destination for authenticated luxury resale. They make it simple to sell what you have so you can shop what you really want.
To help us maximize what we know about the moon. So part of that data comes from the lunar...
I want to show you something.
She's right, you know. I heard fashion people love.
Interesting, right? So far, interesting. Right?
Can you believe my old owner paid retail for me when she could have just gone to The Real Real?
Well, everyone makes mistakes. I used to date a belt, if you can believe it. Shop and sell with The Real
It's
Real,
interesting
where the
what we're
fashion speaks for
seeing.
itself.
history being made.
First purchase, terms
We
apply.
haven't seen this in a long time, right?
After 50 years, NASA
So while LRO provides those detailed high-resolution maps of the moon's surface, the Artemis II crew adds human observations that focus on regional context and relationships between features.
Let's watch this real fast.
A larger geologic picture. Now, this combination of robotic
NASA is sending
and
humans on a path back to the moon.
science.
It's a multi-billion-dollar
Mission
mission called Artemis.
Measurements over long periods of time, while the Artemis II crew contributes real-time visual descriptions and context that robotic
Too, and it's a critical test run before landing. So essentially, it's a very expensive flyby.
compare the difference in looking at the moon.
But we already landed on the moon, back when we were still...
The camera truly never does it justice, and it's much easier to describe.
So we're spending millions of dollars to do this, right? Billions of dollars.
using rotary phones. So why all this fuss for just a test run? And why not just land again? Well, there's a few...
So it's a test run. There's no way to land.
Two big reasons why. And the first one is financial.
NASA began the Apollo program in the 1960s. Back then, astronauts used a fully integrated system, rocket, command module, and lunar lander. Lander is the important thing here. Private contractors helped build Apollo, but NASA maintained oversight and control. And this was the height of the space race with the Soviets. The Apollo program was a huge national investment, but NASA doesn't have Apollo money anymore. For Artemis, NASA has built the Orion spacecraft and a rocket to get crew from Earth to lunar orbit. But for the lunar lander, the agency decided to bring in SpaceX and Blue Origin. It's up to those companies to figure out how to get the astronauts from NASA's spacecraft down to the moon's surface.
NASA wrote a check to SpaceX and Blue Origin for a few $1 billion each. And they're supposed to be taking that money and figure out how to build a functional lunar lander. But they still have a long way to go. At least that's how it appears.
The burning fragments that fell from the sky after SpaceX's Starship exploded.
Still, one of these vehicles is supposed to be part of NASA's actual moon landing.
So we're not gonna land, right? So that's what happens. We're not gonna land on the, because it's not something, we don't have a lander, right? That costs a lot of money, and we gave it to companies to do it. We outsourced it.
Later this decade.
Reason 2, NASA doesn't have all the tools it needs for a touchdown. For Apollo, we landed near the moon's equator. And since the program ended in 1972, the U.S. has only been sending astronauts to low Earth orbit, first with the Space Shuttle, and now with SpaceX's Crew Dragon capsules.
But for Artemis, NASA's long-term goal is to eventually build a base on the south pole of the moon. Why the South Pole? Well, it's home to water ice, an incredibly powerful space resource that can be converted to rocket fuel or even just used for drinking. It takes more fuel to land at the South Pole. The terrain's more rugged, and there are a lot of communications and power issues to sort out.
Reason 3, Orion is chunky. It's a big...
So it might take some time before we can land on the moon again. NASA has been getting gutted for many years. And Trump just announced that he's gonna gut NASA. We don't need to spend that much money on NASA, right?
So we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation post and looking at this super.
I just wanted to play that for you. That short reason why we cannot land on the moon. We don't have. We now we need to spend the money. And politicians keep trying to. Right?
Wait, there was a baby F? Uh-oh. What is happening? There was a baby F and the microphone is falling apart. That's not good. That's not good at all. No F, just okay.
Of course, accused of appeasement against with the Nazis. Now, he's been talking about all of this today as that Iranian deadline continues to loom large. And a warning, there is some strong language in my report.
So the world is a changed place, and we not willing to spend the money on NASA, and that gets me crazy. That drives me crazy, right? Because we don't want to invest in education. We don't want to invest in a space program that can advance science, right? But we're willing to invest in war and destroying the earth and destroying each other instead of investing on things that are going to improve our society and improve our world, right? That's my main issue. I want to see the world being improved.
From NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reed Wiseman, they are now switching positions of the support teams and the observation teams. So initially, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were at windows 2 and 3 in the Orion spacecraft, taking photos and making annotations in their PCDs, portable computing devices. They were also giving audible descriptions into their PCDs, wearing headsets with microphones and providing recordings that the science team will be able to listen to later. We were hearing from NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Victor Glover as they made observations as part of the support team. Now, as these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from Reed and Jeremy as they'll be on the support team, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows taking photos and making annotations.
So this is what Trump was doing instead of watching the mission.
Save big on language learning with a Rosetta Stone lifetime membership. That's unlimited lessons for the rest of your life. Rosetta Stone's immersive program fast-tracks your ability to pick up a new language, and its built-in speech recognition will help you perfect your accent. Get it at rosettastone.com.
On Sunday, flown out of Iran as the sun was rising.
So that's the problem, that the leadership does not support these type of things, and instead is talk about gutting the money from the space agency.
On Easter Sunday, a pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good.
And so this is what our leaders are doing. Instead of supporting science and supporting the most important things in our society, which will improve our society.
Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot
this is what they're talking about.
That mission.
This is what they're talking about instead of
above.
Talking about Artemis, right? Instead of congratulating the people that were successful, right? This is instead what they're talking about. I mean, is this what we... And Artemis stole Trump's thunder. Millions of views, people are watching it.
Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration.
Is covering, instead of covering the news conference, they're covering Artemis 2, just like I'm covering Artemis 2. Usually I cover politics. My name is Celso Garcia, Old Man Labor they know me as. You can follow me on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Substack, and Twitch. This is what our leaders are doing. Instead of supporting the astronauts, supporting science, supporting the development of our system, instead of doing that, they're supporting war and destruction and spending billions of dollars. And they could have funded Artemis 2. They could have funded it to actually be able to land in the moon one day. But instead, they're busy spending money on war right? They're busy spending money out, right? So
Celebration of American resolve and capability. That's what Exodus in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it. None of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
instead, Trump is taking naps on stage instead of supporting our astronauts and supporting the people that we should support, right? Everyone hit the like button, hit the share button, support the channel. I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you all for even joining me and watching Artemis. And isn't that infuriating? We're cutting back on education, getting rid of a lot of the educational programs, including, every child's dream is one day to be an astronaut, right? Every child's dream is, and maybe a lot of adults' dreams are to be on the moon or travel on the moon. This awakens a lot of people's imagination.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days,
It's just a
21 hours
flyby,
and 30
right?
minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. For our crews at the window, they are using handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. There are also GoPros on each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see outside of the spacecraft. This also helps prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon.
So this is what people want to watch. They want hope. They want hope, right? They don't want destruction, and Trump is talking about he's gonna go after the leaker of the location of the ship, of the crew member of the airplane that was shot down. And so right now Trump didn't even speak about Artemis, and it's interesting that he just scheduled the press conference at the same exact time that the spacecraft reached out of space, and didn't even cover the positive news of a spacecraft reaching the moon, right? He didn't cover that. Instead, he covered the negativity. He covered the things that are not important, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating as an American that this happens, right? Isn't that frustrating? And is he still in the press conference? Right? Is he still in the press conference?
We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. And again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little bit limited because having a crew on board, we do have to downlink a lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only data, this view that you see, coming down from the spacecraft, and so we do rely on sharing some of that with the other flight controllers in mission control. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
I want to do positive stuff. We get sucked in by right, by negative news. We get sucked in by what is not good for us, right? And so instead, he ignored the whole crew, right? And as the leader of a nation, he should be speaking about the successes of these astronauts, right? This is how he opened the press conference.
And we have people that are most involved.
We are standing by for a situation
exactitude.
report from the crew aboard the
We're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches.
Victor Glover and Christina
As
Cook,
you would
and so
call it, a
being
search
it's their
and
first
rescue
time,
mission.
Since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves and
Ever attempted
describe
by the
and take
military.
pictures of any color or
Generally,
albedo
when
variations
planes are
across
knocked
the
down in
surface.
war, especially when you're fighting
Albedo is the brightness
strong
or
group,
effectiveness.
an evil group, you can't really do this because you said
This is what our leaders doing instead of acknowledging
200 men to pick up
the
one,
scientists
and it's something that's usually
that are
not
doing
attempted
a
as
good
much as you want
job,
to attempt.
right?
And bad things happen to that one or two.
When
And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before.
you should be recognizing what they're doing on the
Great
moon.
talent. We got a little luck too, I would say.
They didn't even talk about them, right?
And we were
Which
helped
is
by
sad.
a lot of great people.
Right? Sad that it's not even being discussed.
Very historic.
That's why
This is
it's been
a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Integrity, we copy. Are the
The
shrouds
entire country
still
can be
on
taken out in one
window
night,
four?
and that
And
night
if
might be
so,
tomorrow night.
Would you consider trying to get a view through one of
Both
the windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright. It's impacting Ike's peripheral vision, and then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking.
so instead this is what the president's doing. Instead of talking about the most important thing is our astronauts, right?
That come out, and when you come out the north side of Oriental,
Frustrating, right?
boulders across the northern half of the far side, but coming out the southern half.
And he's talking about cutting their money.
Those large,
He's talking about cutting NASA's money.
They're almost like rain when it comes down the Grand Canyon and fingers off into the desert. Kind of what it looks like. Also,
Why cut NASA's money
extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I can
when they're doing these type of things? Why?
which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see Aristarchus, the thing that Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm, and I would say for albedo right now, I would go back to Cromartie is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner, and there are parts of Oriental and the outer ring of Oriental that reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental reach the same level of darkness as Cromartie. And then south of Cromartie, Jeremy and I were noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering, Mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgess-Alpha is the brightest, and Cromartie is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training. The darkness of the northern side of the annular ring is the same darkness from here out this docking hatch window as the center mare in Oriental. Not quite as dark as Cromartie, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the SIR. Just saying that the SIR was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, now providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon.
So instead, this is what they're doing, right?
Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs.
This is what I do. I cover politics. So cutting money from NASA is the worst thing.
To help further our understanding of
right?
the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin, and
like the rest of us, are just trying to stay afloat in this hellscape we call the United States and the U.S. economy, which we are hitting the road this week. Zaina, I was telling you a little bit before we came on, we had this great reporting trip scheduled. Our wonderful reporter, JT, is going to be out there. He's going through Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, 3 states, 5 or 6 days. And then his little daughter gave him a wicked stomach bug. And he was supposed to leave today, but he was too busy puking. So, life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Our wonderful producer, Michelle, is jumping in for JT. So she'll be on the ground there starting tomorrow. We'll have more on this reporting trip a little bit later. But needless to say, there are not a lot of outlets out there on the ground in 3 states in 5 days. And we are calling this, if you have the graphic, Colin, the war against us. So right now, as you know, there is a legal war that we are waging on Iran. That's our first topic. But there's also a second war, Zaina. I would say it's been going on for about 40 years here in America. But this battle happening right now, we have soaring gas prices, soaring childcare prices, soaring healthcare prices, soaring grocery prices, soaring electric prices because of these data centers, the big tech vultures are putting all over the place. And into that, people are working now on average 2 to 3 jobs for millions of people. Then people deciding between groceries and medicine or other necessities. We have people, you've been open about your struggles, applying for hundreds of jobs. If they could get a response to hundreds of jobs to one, that would be nice. It is a real economic Hunger Games out there. And we want to cover that on the ground with the people. So Michelle is kind enough to step in for JT. So we are going to be covering a lot in a very short amount of time. And this is going to be just part 1 because we plan on doing this week and then doing a different part of the country. This on the ground reporting is mighty expensive and mighty important. So if you're not yet a Status Quo member, I hope you'll consider signing up today. statusquo.com/join.
And that's the what's going on, right? With the money, with NASA, cutting money from NASA to pay for wars. And instead of investing in education and science, we're investing in warfare.
So that's why we're going out there. And we do not have funding from United Healthcare. We do not have funding from United. Hysterical like the rest of the media. But I think now is the time to be hysterical because our president either has a severe mental disease or he's just a raving psychopath, or it's a mix of both. But he, with Trump, a lot of people have become so numb to it, you can't take that much. Like, sometimes he's huffing and puffing, but a lot of times he's not. And we saw his truth on Easter Sunday. Tuesday will be
one of the most unhinged things I've ever read. I think from any president.
Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll just be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. So you have
Wow, we have people in outer space. We got people in outer space doing wonderful things. And instead of acknowledging them and acknowledging the beauty of the country, you're there fighting and feuding with other forces and other problems that you created, right? So far, the amount of money we spent on the war, we could have funded a moon landing. That's what I want people to know. We could have funded a moon landing. We could have funded science. We could have fully funded NASA to explore science and have science fully funded, right? So I just took a break from the Artemis broadcast. I'll come back to the Artemis broadcast, but my main specialty is politics, right? So we talk about blowing up bridges, destroying stuff, spending more money on war instead of trying to find commonality between each one of us, right? So let's go back to the Artemis, right? A little bit.
Again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time, and a few minutes later, regain communications with.
Before I get upset, right? Let's listen to what they got to say in NASA. Before I lose my top, blow my top over the nonsense we got to deal with in this country, right? The nonsense we got to deal with. So they're gonna have, they're not gonna have communication for a little bit, right? They're not gonna have communication for a little bit, so they're gonna cut the feed while they restore communication, right? So it's all good, right? So let's go back to the political stuff and what's going on in the political news.
In that 2 to 3 sentences, a mix of insanity, possible dementia, and that's not just me saying that. There are now medical doctors openly saying they think he's got early signs of dementia. I think kind of low-key bigotry. I don't think he's saying praise be Allah because he cares about Muslims or cares about Allah. And this is just unhinged. Frankly, if this was Biden, Obama, any Democrat, Republicans would be calling for the 25th Amendment immediately to remove him or her, Democratic president. But I don't hear crickets. I hear crickets from Republicans. And, the mainstream media, they seemed more, I heard the word his vulgar post. No, this is not about civility or vulgarity. This is about outright insanity. This is an insane thing and an unhinged thing for someone to post. The president, who's got his finger on the nuclear button, he's basically openly talking about committing multiple war crimes.
Yep.
So that goes beyond vulgarity.
Collective punishment. This is collective punishment of the Iranian people. That's basically what he's calling for. When you're talking about taking out infrastructure such as power plants and bridges, you're talking about upending their entire system. You're talking about no power to hospitals, no power to universities. You're talking about mass refrigeration.
So
issues. You're talking about upending the logistics needed to get food into areas across the country, a country that has a population of nearly 95 million people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So that was yesterday. So you thought maybe he would take a break? No. No
break.
Now he has spoken multiple times today, one kind of just walking around.
He's saying tomorrow is the destruction day, D-Day, if Iran does not do what it's supposed to do. And wouldn't he be risking astronauts out in outer space if he shoots all these powerful missiles and debris? Can debris fly out into outer Earth or cause? I don't know how that works, right? I don't know how that works. But he's saying that he doesn't care about the power grid. He doesn't care about war crimes. He doesn't care about humanity, right? And so a space mission, so at the NASA mission, is that somebody cares about humanity, cares about science, and wants to develop science jointly, right? I know that Trump tried to get the Canadian person kicked off the team, and they said absolutely not, right? He only wanted Americans to be in the space mission, right? But it's a joint operation between NASA and the Canadian Space Agency. They've been working on it for years, just like the International Space Station has people from different countries working together in collaboration, in unification, because that's what we do, right? We advance science because people have different expertise and different areas that they speak and they understand, right? So everyone hit the like button, hit the share button. And if you want to support Old Man Labor on the Cash App, I appreciate you. $ Old Man Labor. We all got to pay the bills and support the podcast the best you can if you choose to. There is no pressure, no obligation, all right? No obligation. Or you can subscribe, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and let's talk about it. Let's get into it. In Instead of building up humanity, instead of building up science, we'll talk about destroying science and destroying our joint love for humanity, right? And that's not what we should be talking about. We should be talking about how we can improve our society, how we can improve the world together, right?
With the press, and then another, I think, for a formal press conference. He just kind of followed up on this insanity. We're going to play this. We'll kind of stop and start to remind folks you have Iranian descent, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but you have family in Iran?
Yes, that's true.
So this is obviously up close and personal for you, but let's play this deranged man.
I'm not worried about it. You know, it's a war crime having a nuclear weapon, allowing a sick country with demented leadership have a nuclear weapon. That's
So just so you know, because you didn't hear it in the beginning, the reporter asked, are you worried because people are saying what you posted is a war crime? You're posting about war crimes. He's saying, I'm not worried about it.
It's a war crime. And if I allowed that to happen, like 7 other presidents did, every president said, you know, many of them are saying be off the record and they're saying behind the scene, they should have done this a long time ago. Other for 47 years this has been going on, and every one of those presidents should have done it. And actually, as you know, off the record, they're doing it off the record because they haven't got the courage to say it. Those presidents should give me a lot of credit. This should have been done by Obama, should have been done by Clinton, should have been done by the Bushes. It should have been done. And it would have been a lot easier if it was done a long time ago, right?
So, Zaina, not that you or I have to expect much from reporters these days. Would have been nice for that reporter to ask, can you tell us which living president? Because there's 4? Can you tell us which president is talking to you, quote, off the record, praising you and saying that they
wish they could have done this, right? So I'm gonna go back and forth between this and the Artemis mission. So let me go back to the Artemis mission and see what they're doing, right? Oh yeah, they had a pause, right? They had a little pause. All right, let's see.
But I will talk about something that I was talking a lot about in my recordings earlier, which was we've been talking about some shades, and so we have obviously the dark and the light gray, and then we talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now,
so So there's gonna be a communication blackout. Like we won't be able to hear, but they'll be able to transmit.
the deposit would be thinnest. That is what causing the brown to me. So I saw that on the northwest side of Aristarchus.
So they said it once they reach the other side, radio signals, they could get the information, but the audio gets cut off, right? So it's just the state of our world, right? The state of our politics is that we're not investing in science and technology only for profit, right? And we forgot about these type of missions that help humanity to manage our society, right? to manage our society.
That was fantastic,
So,
Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues,
let's hear
and so
this.
you really read my mind on.
Let's watch President Trump's deranged comment, and instead of speaking about the moon,
Should have done it because I'm pretty sure Joe Biden and you are probably not on speaking terms. My guess is Obama and him do not speak. W has been pretty, not public, but privately hates him. Bill Clinton? I don't know, but he's just open.
What sticks out to me is he talks about 7 presidents in 47 years to prevent a nuclear weapon. Where's the weapon? It's the same line. This is Iraq War 2.0. If it's been 47 years, then where is it? Why don't they have a mass armament of nuclear capability there? It's absolutely asinine. We should have done this a long time ago because of their nuclear weapons and their capabilities. Where is it?
I just want to give Kinky the comment, the early comment of the day. Trump 47 speaks with Trump 45.
That's a good one.
Yes, that is well said. Yeah, he's just straight up lying, but reporters, apparently don't care to challenge him on lies. All right, let's keep going.
You agree with me? Sir. You know the war crime? War crime is allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want to cry as the expression goes.
I should also add, not that we expect much, none of these reporters seem to want to challenge him on the fact your own director of intelligence.
So it's like he sets his own morality. He said it already. Remember when he said that? I set my own morality, and whatever I say is what goes, and no one can stop me or tell me I can't do anything, right? And people are falling for the Kool-Aid, and they're not resisting. The reporters don't want to get kicked out. Their bosses, they don't want to get fired. So they just going along and sitting by and just listening and recording and trying not to ask any questions that might get him angry.
Tulsi Gabbard, who's probably the next one to be pushed out. He just fired Noam Bondi. My guess is Tulsi is next. Probably RFK after that, but we could only dream. Tulsi Gabbard, while director of intelligence, has testified that U.S. intelligence found that the last time Iran was actually actively trying to build a nuclear weapon, I'm not even sure this is true, but at least his own administration has testified that they have not been trying to actively build a nuclear weapon dating back to 2003.
That's correct.
So this is all just rubbish, and I will remind folks, and please smash the like button, because I don't think, for some reason, the media doesn't care to look at a calendar and look at timeline. But Trump just decided on a Friday night to do this. Obviously, the planning was put in place for months, the initial strike on Iran. But his decision when he did it happened to coincide with when all these media reports, it started with independent journalism.
So it's bizarre. Everyone hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the follow button. Right? So interesting. And China and Russia said they're gonna get more involved in this whole war. They now at this point they find it extremely worrying that, right? And so So some of the MAGA base, is turning on Trump, right? Some of the MAGA base is turning on Trump, right? Let's hear what the Texas Trade has
You didn't
to
get a
say.
wall. You didn't get any arrests. You didn't get drain the swamp or America First. You didn't get any new infrastructure, no $5,000 Doge check. You didn't eliminate any national debt or get any help buying a new home or help with lower grocery prices or gas prices. I mean, it's quite the opposite, in fact. You didn't get a $2,000 stimulus check or affordable health care or any accountability for the Epstein files, which he promised when he said he was going to release them all to the public. And you damn sure didn't get any no more wars. Yeah. What you got was conned. And you're too fucking embarrassed to admit it.
And are MAGA people too scared to admit it? That maybe Donald Trump didn't tell them the truth? That maybe Donald Trump conned them and made them think that he was one person or another person? You saw that even Elon Musk turned on Trump for some time, and then all of a sudden he joined the Trump fan club again, right? So an NBC survey found Newsom was even less popular than Trump, with Trump underwater by 12 points and Newsom by 18. Controversy: AOC pulled ahead of Trump, Newsom, and the Democratic Party itself. Are you surprised, everyone? Right? Are you surprised that this is the case? That Newsom is not popular among Democrats? People are tired of corporate Democrats. Democrats are not willing to stand up to what is happening in the United States, right? We're tired of the same status quo, right? We're tired of it. So everyone hit the like, hit the follow button, whatever you can to get this word out, because so it was interesting the way
Donald Trump
AOC described Donald Trump, right? And I hope a lot of people see what she's seeing. Her popularity is way above Donald Trump's and way above Newsom's. Why? Because she speaks the truth. She tells us not what we want to hear, but the way it is, right?
is less popular than he has ever been. He is underwater on virtually every issue. If you oppose and are disgusted by what this administration is doing, you are in the company of a majority of Americans. You are not alone. More people. Donald Trump is less popular than he has ever been. He is underwater on virtually every issue.
You heard that,
If you
right?
oppose and are disgusted by what this administration is doing, you are in the company of
You're in the
the
company of so many
majority
people.
of Americans. You are not alone. More people disapprove and are opposed to this administration right now than they are in support of this administration. Those are the numbers. Donald Trump is less popular than he has ever been. He is underwater on virtually every issue. If you oppose and are disgusted by what this administration is doing, you are in the company of a majority of Americans. You are not alone.
People are frustrated with the way politics is flowing.
More people disapprove and are opposed to this administration right now than they are in support of this administration. Those are the numbers. Donald Trump is less popular than he has ever been. He is under.
But he's still doing whatever he wants, and no one is stopping him. No one is pushing back against him. And so let's listen to the status quo again, just for 1 minute, and then
was Roger Sollenberger.
Let's listen to what they have to say, and then I'll be signing off soon. Right, I'll be signing off soon. I appreciate you joining me. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the follow button on Facebook.
And the mainstream media, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, New York Times, the cable networks started to pick up on it. They started reporting on this woman who had accused Trump of both sexually raping her and physically assaulting her by punching her in the face when she was a teenager back in the 1980s.
Mm. And Tom Blanche says,
that's when he decided to do this. I can't get in his head. I don't want to get in his head. But the timing, that story was starting to get some pickup, and then he bombs Iran. I don't think that's a coincidence. I really don't. Is that the only reason he did it? Is that the only reason he did it? No, I don't think so. But when he did it matters, and that's what was going on in the news at that time.
Well, it had been planned for a while. I think I mentioned this last time, but I worked on a story about.
So the Epstein files is the Iran war a distraction from the Epstein files? Is it a distraction so the Epstein files can't be released? And he fired Christine Noem. He fired all the people around, right? All the people around this, right? So he fired Christy Noem. He fired Pam Bondi. All the people that have access to these files, he's firing them. Why? Is it because of their performance, or is it because they're not willing to cover up or are willing to testify and speak on what he's doing? And mind you, this is just a reality of what we're dealing with, right? So this is the reality we're dealing with on the ground everywhere we go.
Israel aiming to be the seat of the military-industrial complex when it comes to tech, and it comes to AI, automated drones, that sort of warfare. I covered a summit that was held in Tel Aviv, a tech summit held in Tel Aviv in 2024 when they were openly talking about war with Iran. And I know that he met with the tops of 5 different major weapons manufacturing conglomerates, from Boeing to the Vanguard Group to BlackRock, back, let's say, 3 months ago. Well, almost 4 months ago.
Wow. So is it a money thing? Are they trying to secure money interests? Is that why they're doing what they're doing? Are they trying to secure the money interests? Everyone, thank you for liking the live, sharing the live. I appreciate you all, every single one of you. I love this article. I love this article by Zettel, right? I love this article by Zettel that enumerates. Let me post that up. I am a subscriber, right? So Chuck Schumer is a terrible Democratic leader with terrible judgment on candidates. When it comes to Senate candidates, the Democratic leader rarely picks well, right? And he's supposed to be a leader, right? So I say subscribe to their channel. So by Ryan Cooper. When it comes to Senate candidates, the Democratic leader rarely picks well, and both the party and the country suffer, right? And it's true. Both the party and the country suffer. Remember former Senator Kristen Sinema of Arizona. Given how she spent most of her single term in the Senate blocking one priority after another of her own party's policy agenda, along with Joe Manchin of West Virginia, and then left the party and washed out of politics, it may become as a surprise that she was personally recruited to run for Senate by none other than Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Indeed, Sinema is the rare politician whose behavior in office was so obnoxious that it has somewhat dented her post-office lobbying career. While she's being paid a lot by Hogan Lovells, a top-shelf lobbying firm, Arizona groups report that local Democrats hate her guts so much that if they catch a whiff of her pushing something, they automatically take the opposite side. A data center project she was pushing in Chandler, for instance, went down in an unanimous city council vote last December. It turns out it's possible to sell out to vested interests so much that it backfires on your future selling out plans. It's not like Sinema was the only type of person who could possibly win in Arizona. While no Democrat or Manchin could have won in West Virginia in 2018, I don't agree. Because if Trump won in West Virginia, somebody else could have won other than Manchin. Arizona currently has 2 Democratic senators as well as Democratic governor and attorney general. And while they're not progressive stalwarts on everything, unlike Sinema, they are certainly not voting against almost everything the party proposes. Sinema's performance in the Senate is reflective of the terrible judgment with respect to candidate recruitment shown by Schumer and the rest of the Democratic establishment. They tend to pick candidates that are far more conservative than necessary and rate supporting Israel out of proportion. So is Schumer a paid agitator? He goes against the interests of the Democratic Party. And we know he did that because during the government shutdown, he was planning a deal behind the scenes against his own members, right? He didn't whip votes. He didn't ask for votes. He basically decided he decided to backtrack. And now they're attacking Zohran Mamdani. The budget is coming out tomorrow in New York State. And all they could do is attack Zohran. Right? These are the internal Democrats that are destroying our system. Right? They're working together to do bad and do evil, right?
He exaggerated the state of the city budget, claiming we were in crisis. He had to quickly backpedal on that and acknowledge it was a much smaller deficit. And then he was hit.
This is talk about Zohran Mamdani.
He exaggerated the state of the city budget, claiming we were in crisis. He had to quickly backpedal on that and acknowledge it was a much smaller deficit. And then he was hit with, I want to raise taxes on the rich. I want to raise property taxes. It's backfired on him. We were never in a crisis. And mayors should project that they are leading, that they are uniting, and they can address any problem. Instead, he came into office and immediately announced, literally weeks into office, a crisis that didn't exist. He exaggerated the state of the city budget.
And this is the former deputy mayor, Maestro, which is not the most popular guy, right? He's not the most popular guy in New York City. They use a lot of loopholes, right, to make a crater. Since we're watching Artemis, make a crater in the whole budget, right? And so now they want to act like they cared about the city when the person that was in charge of the whole deficit was
already see an exit.
And then there goes the people. There's an attack from the right on people like Zohran. This is Michael Rappaport. Andrew Cuomo still attacking him. And now,
amidst being in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers. So I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in the city or the most profits in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can actually stay in this city. It's also something not just about justice or the ability for working-class people to live here. It is also actually about ensuring that corporations can continue to attract the top talent to this city. Because in a city where childcare costs more than $20,000 a year, I've heard from corporate leaders about how difficult it is for them to attract individuals who would work at their companies but want to raise a family, because you could be making $300,000 a year and you will feel that $20,000 a year because of the fact that we have allowed for the absence of affordable childcare to become reality here in this city. Amidst being in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers. So I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in this.
And what's Rappaport? He's always doing these crazy videos, right? He's always doing these crazy videos. And I don't want to highlight right-wingers, right? Because right-wingers are nuts, right? Right-wingers are and the right-wingers are just crazy, right? And this is what Trump is doing in the White House. He's talking about Biden using an auto pen to the kids.
And he'd have the auto pen sign. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, they'd sign it with an auto pen, give it back. Biden would use the auto pen. He'd have an auto pen following. Joe Biden, he didn't sign. He was incapable of signing a thing. So they'd follow him around with this big machine. You know what it was called? An auto pen. And he'd have the auto pen signed for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, they'd sign it with an auto pen, give it back. Not too big, right? Better to sign it.
I think so.
Okay, that's the fake news.
I made Air Force.
Who likes the fake news? Does anybody like the fake news?
No.
Really? Man. But I'm sure, like, talk about politics with kids. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. Why are you talking with politics with kids that don't understand what politics are? And come on. Come on, brother. Come on. Right?
Of years.
So we, the people, are wrong, right? We, the people, are... The news media is fake. The polls are fake. Like, everyone loves Trump, right? According to Trump, everyone loves Trump. Let's see.
Now with Venezuela, and we just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got...
This was an interesting
But to the
news
victor belong the
conference.
spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president.
He's going to run for president of Venezuela. Can you believe it?
But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that.
And so Bush fired them, but Trump got rid of them, like put them in body bags, right? So, I mean, big difference, right? Big difference on how you deal with people. From body bags to firing people, right? Big difference.
I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen anything.
And there's a vacuum of power, right, that's created when you remove leadership. And groups form that want to destroy the United States. And is this not what we're doing now? We're creating a power vacuum. Is this not what we're doing now?
They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work.
This is him
There's a
talking about
reason it didn't
Venezuela.
work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened.
I mean, and people are accusing Trump of revealing classified information when he speaks, right? That he reveals classified information every time he speaks, and he has potty mouth. He can't be trusted with information because he puts it out there, even though they tell him not to put it out there. He puts it out there, right? And I agree with this person.
Part of our party. And
I mean, I agree, but I don't agree with the solutions. But I agree with her as far as the Democratic Party being out of touch with reality. I agree with that aspect of things, right?
try to play patty cake with fascists and that they're going to win again is such a fool's errand. So I was really curious about this. So I researched. I remembered during Zoran Mamdani's mayoral campaign that Cuomo was sitting there talking about Hassan Piker all the time. And I was like, what is he doing talking about Hassan Piker? And let's just remember, Cuomo lost the mayoral race twice. He is a back-to-back loser on that race. And he used this whole thing that Zoran pals around with Hassan Piker. So I was just curious, is the person working on Mallory McMorrow's campaign the same person that worked on Andrew Cuomo's campaign? And it was just a gut instinct I had. And I'll be goddamned if it's not the same person. And the people who lose these Democratic campaigns, who operate on hubris and think they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and they think that they can say, on the one hand, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, and then you have this guy who always platforms universal human rights. He is not an anti-Semite. He will not leave one group aside. And why Hassan is so important, the reason I even know who Hassan is because my sons listen to him. And he has
And I started following him and listening to him for the last month. And I like his stuff. I like his content. He's on point on a lot of analysis and a lot of issues. So I don't understand why the Democratic establishment has a problem with Hassan Piker. I mean, the one thing I disagreed with him was with Kamala Harris was when he didn't support her and all that, which he doesn't have to support her. He does not have to support Kamala Harris. I supported her because I knew the craziness of Donald Trump, and at that point, they were the two leading figures. It was either Trump or it was Kamala Harris. Obviously, I would want a better candidate. I would want a Bernie Sanders. I would want an AOC. But at that moment, the only person we had was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, right? It came down to the wire. So we had to make a decision, and a lot of people stayed home. A lot of people didn't vote. Kamala Harris was not good on Gaza, was not good on genocide, was not good on a lot of issues. She's a corporate Democrat, took a lot of money from corporate interests. But relatively speaking, compared to Donald Trump, we possibly would have been slightly better and not been in the crosshairs of this administration, which is slashing and destroying whole institutions and the legal framework of our whole process, and giving more power to corporations and giving more power to money interests and to oligarchs, right? So in that instance, that's the only reason why I supported Kamala Harris, not because I agree with her positions, but because it was the choice between two evils, right? And that's the only thing I disagree with him. Right? That's the only thing I disagree with him on, right? Other than that, I agree most of the time with a lot of his platform and a lot of his positions.
Massive network of engaging young men away from this horrific Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, I want to go triple Trump, quadruple Trump. I want women to be submissive. Hassan is the antidote to that. And for this centrist candidate to do what we know fails, what we know doesn't work, and it makes me want to bang my head up against the wall, because that person who led Andrew Cuomo to back-to-back defeats, I'm sorry, I just think you're not that good at your job, and maybe you need to do something different, and you shouldn't be working on another political campaign with the exact same tactic.
And it might work. You know what I mean? But in this instance, the whole corporate establishment, the whole corporate tactics are more leaning towards the Republican Party, more leaning towards fascism. And that's why they don't resist. That's why they don't speak out. That's why they don't say anything about all the things that are happening, especially in Iran. You see Donald Trump host these press conferences every day. You see the Democrats hosting press conferences, or at least, at minimum, put out a response or a rebuttal to Trump's message, right? Right? At least, at the minimum, right? At least at the minimum, put some stuff out, right? To counter the narrative, right? It's Easter and you're all on vacation while he's speaking to people, and you're not putting out an alternative narrative, right? That's a big failure in communication, and that's what led to the defeat of Democrats.
So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate religion. And it's an honor to be the President of the United States. Our country is doing so well, like it has never done before. You'll see that very shortly. And things that we've done have not been done before. We've broken every record on the stock market. We've broken every record in our military. And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? What about that?
So what about the opposition? What do the Democrats have
That's something that you rarely
as
see.
an alternative?
They were giving me a briefing about that. And they said normally when you're in very hostile territory, and I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran, they're capable fighters, they're very tough people, and there are others like
So I mean, he goes on a little ramble there, right?
you don't mind.
He goes on a little ramble, but there should be opposition. They should be messaging going across, highlighting this, and letting the people know that they're in opposition. Instead, they're in Disney World. They're everywhere, except for speaking out about everything that he's doing on a daily basis. He's on a daily basis. You get on a daily basis, countering the narrative. You got to outwork him and outflank him on communications.
When the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago. I can tell you, in fact, right now they're...
Right? You got to have a narrative against him.
Not too strong at all, in my opinion, but we're soon going to find out, aren't we? But when a thing like that happens, where a pilot shot down, in most instances, you're really not able to go in, because you'll go in with 200 people and lots of jet fighters and helicopters.
New Skechers Aeroburst.
And what he said.
Push the laws of aerodynamics.
What was the strategy
It all starts with
of
technology. Supercritical foam that gives Aeroburst unbelievable response and propulsion, plus a carbon-infused H-plate that returns more energy. Skechers Aeroburst.
What's the strategy? The strategy is just to ignore him and wait for the midterms to come around. This is an argument I had with the Democratic establishment in Queens, right? This is an argument I had with the Democratic establishment in Queens, where I told them we can't wait for the midterms to speak up. We can't wait for the midterms to give our opinion and fight for the people. We got to start fighting now, right away. Don't wait for a campaign and ask people to vote for you. And then people want to know, what have you done for me? What have you stood for? And you can't answer it because you've been just waiting for him to make mistakes. And his people don't care about his mistakes. They agree with him, and they agree with what he has to say, right? They agree with him 100%. So I don't understand what the Democrats are waiting for. I don't understand. And they're saying
to help take complaints.
And this is what let me share it. That's how Zoran Mandani is built differently, right? Because Zoran Mandani and his team are great at one thing that no Democrat is good at: communicate. They're not just making sure the city is working, but they're showing people that the city is working. People need to know what their government can do for them so they could demand better. Also, they've been reassured that their voices are heard and their taxes are going somewhere meaningful, right? So that's the difference between one set of Democrats and another set of Democrats, right? This is the reason why he won.
Hello, thank you for calling 311. This is Mayor Mamdani. How can I help you?
It's great working with 311. We're here to help take aim.
Hello, thank you for calling 311. This is Mayor Mamdani. How can I help you?
It's great working with 311. We're here to help take complaints, look up certain resources for them, about apartment maintenance, noise complaints, potholes. There's a wide variety. I'm Tangi Williams, and I work with 311 as a call center representative.
Hello?
Hi.
you?
I'm Tangi Williams.
Oh, such a pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
I've heard so much about you.
Thank you.
You ready to take these calls?
Yes, yes, yes.
She'll navigate and help you with everything.
Perfect. I'll listen to one or two and then we'll get started.
Okay. Thank you for calling 311. My name is Tangi. How may I assist you? Welcome to 311.
30 minutes.
Yes.
I thought we were just doing a training call. I want to take one now.
Okay.
Hello, this is 311. My name is Zoran. How can I help you? I see that you're calling about an abandoned vehicle. So is this on public property or private property, sir? Just give me one moment. I'm going to put you on a brief hold. He said no plates.
Trash inside.
Yeah, trash inside.
So then he'll just give us the address and we just tell him thank you for holding.
I hear you, sir. I appreciate that. We're going to follow up on this one, and I know someone who I think can resolve this for you. Okay. Thank you very much.
People will call and access anything. The ones that tug at my heart where an elderly person needed help on getting things fixed in her home and her management wasn't doing anything. She was by herself, didn't have any family. And I was able to assist them and let them vent and talk it through. That puts a smile on my face that I was able to help them.
Thank you for calling 311. This is Mayor Mamdani. How can I help you? This is the mayor. Let me just check. You said you have a mirror. It's not too big, it's not too small, and you're asking whether that you can put that out for a recycling day. She didn't even blink.
No.
She's like, I have a question.
So there's many ways they can find out about 311 resources. Text, online, and over the phone with a representative, a live person if you're not tech savvy to do it online.
So we are submitting this to the Taxi and Limousine Commission as a complaint. Do you have a pen and a paper so I can give you the complaint number? You're very welcome. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Okay.
That was great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We got to go figure out about Tony's car. We got to get that black BMW taken away.
Yes.
So it's about making it human, right? Making government human again and making it about the people. Make it about the people, because when you speak directly to the people, make them feel included, make them feel important. They want to participate not only in the campaign, but also in government, right? Because most of the time people are taken for granted. That's the problem, that voters are taken for granted. Even in government agencies, they just take it for granted and they're not appreciated, and that's when we have serious problems. Everyone, don't forget to hit Facebook, hit the like button, in YouTube, X, Twitch, Substack, and Instagram. Hit the like button, share button, follow, and also write your comments below. Thank you so much for following me and for listening to what I have to say. The most important thing is I want to hear what you have to say, right? Not just what I have to say, right? I want to hear your opinion. Your opinion is important to me. Your opinion to me is very important, and your support is very important. I appreciate you for joining me. It's just we have a dream that one day the common, right? So it's just getting bizarre, right? So I missed this press conference, but let's see. Is this the best we got, everyone? Is this the best we got? We don't got no other people that could run this country better. I mean, is this all we got? That's what I want to know. Is this all we got? Right?
In the United States of America. Are you guys really that mad about the ballroom? I mean, honestly, there's a giant hole in the ground in the United States of America. Are you guys really that mad about the ballroom? I mean, honestly, there's a giant hole in the ground now. What are we going to do?
Leave it there. When you get the government involved in building stuff, ask the people in California what happens when the government gets involved in building stuff. You don't build anything. There's a big hole. I agree.
This is like saying we burned down the house. So what are we going to do?
Yeah,
I guess
it's a
we
good
have
question.
to rebuild
I
it.
mean,
he
he's
tore
building
down
at
the
a
ballroom.
private contribution.
I think it's
By the way,
fair for Americans to be upset about
what he did
tearing
to
down
the
the
East
East
Wing,
Wing.
which I think has tremendous historical value that nobody even bothered to save anywhere. I am pissed at what he's done to Jackie Kennedy's garden. Is it the thing I'm most pissed off about? No, I care a lot more about the people that have gotten killed in the streets of Minneapolis, but I think it's pretty outrageous that he is acting like a king and destroying history.
Should we leave it?
Leave it what?
Should we leave a hole in the ground?
No, maybe we should.
Is this right? Right?
Let's talk about Christy Nome and Brian Nome.
They're going crazy on this stuff, right? Let's not talk about them. And there's reports that he doesn't want a ceasefire, right? Let's see what's happening around. I'm about to get off the live. Everyone, thank you for your support. This is the most people we had in one show. So I really do appreciate you, right? I really do appreciate you. So this is something I wanted to cover.
The point is that it's the end of something.
One of Trump's biggest supporters was Tucker Carlson, right? And now Tucker Carlson turned on Trump and is now calling him out for the things that he's doing, right? Let's watch this clip of Tucker Carlson taking down Donald Trump brutally. It's like a brutal takedown from a supporter, a person that helped him get elected, that mass media backing behind Trump that helped get him reelected and also get elected the first term.
The point is that it's the end of something. Whatever that religion is not going to continue. It just won't. Because it's a lie. And so it will end, as all lies do. It will be revealed as a lie, as all lies are. And so you're watching the end of the global American empire, the unipolar world, that was great, by the way, while it lasted, but it's over. And you're watching the end of whatever American Protestant Christianity, one of the greatest and most positive forces in the history of this world, whatever it became after the Second World War, which is something unrecognizable. The point is that it's the end of something. Whatever that religion is not going to continue. It just won't. Because it's a lie. And so it will end, as all lies do. It will be revealed as a lie, as all lies are. And so you're watching.
So he's saying it's the end of the American empire, the world of America controlling the world and controlling um, everything that is happening in the world and being in charge of everything because of his careless and reckless decisions. And so he sees the downfall of the empire, and it's like he's having buyer's remorse, right? And how many MAGA or Trump supporters are having buyer's remorse, are regretting the decision to vote for Trump again? He could have been a one-hit wonder, one-term president, and that's it. Move on and just dream of the things that he could have done and he would have been able to do if he was president again, and that's it. Move on.
The end of the global American empire, the unipolar world.
Listen carefully.
That was great, by the way, while it lasted, but it's over. And you're watching the end of whatever American Protestant Christianity, one of the greatest and most positive forces in the history of this world, whatever it became after the Second World War, which is something unrecognized.
Not necessarily, right? Not for minorities, not for BIPOC people, not for people that were in the marginalized and the poor, but it was improving, or we thought we're evolving into a better society. And now we just devolved and went backwards 100 years. Right?
The point is that it's the end of something.
So we devolve into something worse. And instead of improving, we're just something worse. We didn't think it would be something that we would be doing, and instead we did what we did, right? And so we messed up, right? In other words, we messed up, and the world is not what we think it is. And do you agree with Tucker Carlson? Do you agree with Tucker Carlson? Celso Garcia, keep up the good work. Thank you, Jerry Burton. Thank you. I appreciate it. And how cold is the temperature? What's the temperature? Well, they don't know. They will have to measure it. But it's extremely cold in the moon, right? I'm talking about the Artemis, right? The moon landing, right? That we were talking about earlier. And I just saw the comments, right? The comments didn't come up. I apologize. The comments didn't come up, right?
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down some questions to the science team on console. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today.
Let's go back to the Artemis.
Asking about the age of Oriental, and specifically the Mare regions. Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
Well, they connected again. They were able to connect communication again. And so, let's see what they have to say, right? Because this was the biggest illustration of us being dominant, was the fact that we dominated science. We dominated outer space. We were dominant in a lot of areas, right? Socially, we needed a lot of work and a lot of help. But in other areas, we're dominant and we control the narrative. Right? We control the narrative. Right? So they reestablish communication.
Integrity, it's about time for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions. And I'll remind you again about your SD cards. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
Everyone hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the share button. I really appreciate it, and wherever you are.
They are swapping, and I'm ready. All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location. Ready.
I'll be right back.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
The crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby. Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view. We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas. That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface.
So they expect a loss in communication.
The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team, who are very excited for what they are learning today. It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles. That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
Question, did you just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
I want to invite everyone to follow me on Instagram, Old Man Labor 1, Facebook, Celso Garcia on Facebook, Celso Garcia, Twitter, Celso Garcia, on YouTube, Celso Garcia, on Twitch, Old Man Labor, also Old Man Labor on YouTube, I believe, but you can look me up at Celso Garcia, my full name. Thank you for joining me, right? And on Substack too. I forgot to put Substack there. And on TikTok is Old Man Labor without the one, right? Old Man Labor without the one. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. Hit the follow, hit the share.
Crew reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like here from this view from the spacecraft. However, what has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission, everyone is reporting full moon joy.
They're experiencing full moon joy, right? Full moon joy, right?
We are keeping up with which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second.
Science integrity, another observation the window team commented on, and Christina and I discussed a bit, is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is a little rougher and more jagged. It starts to get into more loose-looking terrain, and the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Ohm, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6-7. And that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond, but frozen, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pooky. Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that.
And science, another in the interior of the very intact, the interior of the intact crater at Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
I really hope things change. I hope really things change. Thank you for joining me, everyone. You can follow me on Instagram, oldmanlabor1, Facebook, Celso Garcia, Twitter, Celso Garcia, YouTube, Celso Garcia, and Twitch, Old Man Labor. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for joining me. I enjoy speaking to the people. I would like more of your comments, more of your opinions, because that's what gets me going, right? We should be spending more money on sciences, on science programs. We should be spending more money on education. We should be spending more money on the arts and on the most important programs that we have from across the board, right? We should just be spending more money on these special programs, right? It's just something that we should do as a society. Improve the
Integrity
sciences.
Science, one more
Make it
question on a status of what the
a
window
thing
team
that is
chose
important to us
observe
and
for
to our
crew
society. Thank you for joining me. I'm Celso Garcia, signing off. See you tomorrow or tonight, maybe. It depends on how I feel. But have a good night. Take care. Thank you for joining me. Hitting on the 4-hour mark. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for listening to me and listening to my broadcast. And I hope to attract more of you to watch me. And thank you so much. I appreciate you. Watching the moon and the moon landing. Thank you so much. It was interesting and beautiful to see all of you in my live broadcast. Live from the moon. No, live from my living room. I appreciate you. Right? I appreciate you all. And I'll keep looking at this Artemis 2. Make it to the moon. Even if Donald Trump doesn't acknowledge it, I will acknowledge the great accomplishments of these scientists. 3 from NASA, 1 from the United States of America. And so, thank you so much for joining the broadcast and joining me in everything we do. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you all, and I appreciate your ideas, and I appreciate everything that you do, right? Thank you so much. Thank you, and have a good day, okay? Take care of yourself.
Elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
Tax the rich, everyone. The budget is going to pass today. I forgot about that. In New York State and New York City. In New York State. So call your lawmakers. Call Julie Menon. Call Governor Hochul. Let her know. Call your state legislators. Tell them that you want the tax to be rich, the rich to be taxed. Therefore, you could pay for science programs. You could pay for STEM programs. You could pay for these things that they don't want to pay for, right? Thank you for joining me. Have a good day. We hit the 4-hour mark. Have a good night and have a good day.